Chapter 576. While she was flying, a purple light suddenly appeared in front of her. Emotienga only had time to wave her heaven and earth fan to disperse the purple aura. The next moment a purple thunderbolt suddenly appeared. Emotienga smiled and used the art of primordial singular energy. The moment the purple thunderbolt hit her, Qinxi's sword aura had already surrounded the beast cultivator, who released the purple thunderbolt. The beast cultivator was complacent when it saw the purple thunderbolt hit Emotienga. But the next moment, the smile in its eyes froze. A layer of golden light appeared on Emotienga's body, and then the purple thunderbolt disappeared without a trace. It didn't block it or disperse it. It just disappeared for no reason. It was stunned. Several sword auras flew toward it and firmly entangled it. It had no time to think before it was entangled. Emotienga turned her wrist, and the heaven and earth fan opened. She waved her hand, and the beast cultivator was suddenly pushed back by a powerful force. It was about to hit Qinxi's sword aura. At that moment, it rolled over and flew into the air with great dexterity with the force of the fan. This beast cultivator was a black-winged bird. It seemed to also know wind spells, and was very agile. Tempest bird. Qinxi's hand movements slowed down, and the sword aura surrounded the beast cultivator. Tempest bird. Emotienga looked at him. Qinxi said, "Tempest birds are naturally proficient in wind and thunder spells." They stopped attacking. The tempest bird floated in the air and said, "You're quite knowledgeable. There aren't many birds in my clan anymore. I didn't expect there would be a cultivator who recognized it." Qinxi moved slightly, withdrew his sword auras and said, "Tempest birds are born with the tempest escape technique. This escape technique is extremely exquisite and can be regarded as top-notch. No wonder you dared to sneak attack us alone when you're only in the 8th rank. We can't stop you. You can go." The tempest bird didn't escape immediately. It flapped its wings and looked at Emotienga. "May I ask why my purple thunderbolt doesn't affect you?" A faint smile appeared on Emotienga's face. She spread her hands, and a ball of golden lightning slowly floated in the center of her palm. She said, "I also know thunder element spells, and the grade of my spells is slightly higher than yours, so your purple lightning is ineffective against me." Golden thunderbolt. The demonic cultivator stared at the lightning in her hand, and was greatly astonished. "Although I know many lightning-type mystic arts, most of them are white lightning. I've cultivated purple lightning, which is already extraordinary. But you've actually cultivated gold lightning." The lightning summoned by the lightning spell didn't just have one color, but white, green, purple, and gold. The most common type of lightning was white lightning. Those who were proficient in lightning spells could cultivate blue lightning. Purple lightning was a level higher. Generally, only demonic beasts with innate divine abilities or nascent soul cultivators, who specialized in lightning spells, could cultivate purple lightning. Metal lightning was the strongest type of lightning spell. If it was cultivated to its peak, it would be comparable to ordinary heavenly tribulation lightning. As for the golden lightning above Emotienga's head, it was the golden lightning of heavenly lightning. Of course, Emotienga wouldn't say that she was opportunistic and happened to intercept a piece of golden thunder from the heavenly tribulation, which was why she was able to cultivate golden thunder. She gave the demonic cultivator a subtle smile. The demonic cultivator didn't dare to act rashly. Originally, it relied on its top-notch escaping technique, the wind and thunder escape, to launch a sneak attack alone. If its attack missed, it could escape in an instant. But now, it knew these two people had extraordinary strength. If it still didn't know how to deal with them, it might die here before it could even use the wind and thunder escape. After thinking for a while, it was just about to say something like "see you later" and escape, but it suddenly turned its head and looked in the direction of the demon city. Several flight lights emerged from the demon city and flew towards them. The demonic cultivator was delighted. Without saying a word, it used the wind and thunder escape in a flash and flew 1,000 feet away from them. For nascent soul cultivators, this distance wasn't safe, but if it was too far away, it would be worried that they would disappear without a trace. The two of them also noticed the movements in the demon city. Qinxi said in a low voice, "Let's go." Without hesitation, The two of them turned into flight lights and flew towards Linhai. When they came out, they didn't plan to solve this problem directly. Otherwise, wouldn't the Immortal Alliance benefit? The two of them ran, and the 6 demons chased after them. Soon, they reached the shore of the East Sea. The 6 demons were still chasing them. Emotienga looked at Bishuan Court and the individual cultivators who hadn't taken refuge in Bishuan Court yet. She said, "We can't run anymore." Qinshi nodded. The two of them stopped and turned around to wait for the demons to catch up. At that moment, a flight light also rose from Bishuan Court and flew towards them slowly. When the beast cultivator stood in front of them, the flight light from Bishuan Court also stopped beside Emotienga. This person was naturally Feng Ning. Her beautiful eyes swept over the two of them. Feng Ning raised the corners of her mouth and showed a smile for the first time. "You two are really amazing. You just went out for a walk, but you already attracted the attack of beast cultivators." She was obviously mocking them for causing trouble. Emotienga put on a fake smile. "How could I compare to Miss Feng? You're sitting upright in Bishuan Court. You have a good bearing, and you're also very leisurely." Feng Ning's smile disappeared, and she glared at her. Emotienga also glared back without any trace of politeness. Ding Wan and Feng Xiao were elders, so she treated them respectfully, but Feng Ning wasn't an exception. Qinshi glanced at them, then his gaze fell on the beast cultivators. 3 against 6. He was in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, and these beast cultivators were all in the 8th rank. None of them were in the 9th rank. "Fellow cultivators, why did you chase me here?" His calm expression made the 6 beast cultivators a bit hesitant. After all, Qinshi's cultivation level was higher than theirs. Nevertheless, they soon calmed down. Although there were middle-stage nascent soul cultivators among them, they still weren't afraid. They were already beast cultivators, not low-level demonic beasts. After they gained spiritual intelligence, the gap between them and human cultivators was so small that it was negligible. A soft snort came from among the beast cultivators. Soon after, one of the white petrels turned into a white-clothed woman who floated in the air and said, "Fellow cultivators, we built Demon City just to settle down here. The coast of the Eastern Sea is very suitable for us beast cultivators to live. If you're willing to leave this place, we'll use this mountain as a boundary and won't invade each other. What do you think?" "Won't invade each other?" Qinshi cast a sidelong glance at them and sneered. "Don't you think it's too late to talk about non-aggression after you've killed all the mortals here?" The white-clothed woman's expression turned cold. "Since ancient times, you humans have never been lenient in hunting us demonic beasts. Are only humans allowed to kill demons, but demons aren't allowed to kill humans? Humans kill demons, but demons don't kill humans." Qinshi said faintly, "We're different races, and we've been killing each other for so long. How can we trust each other? Do you think we'll believe you just because you say the mountain is the boundary?" The white-clothed woman sneered. "Don't think we don't know that you're being attacked in the south and fighting in the northeast. It's not easy for you to dispatch people here, right?" Qinshi cast a sidelong glance at her. 2 or 3 won't be a problem. Do you think 2 or 3 can stop us?" The white-clothed woman's expression darkened. "We're here to spearhead the attack, and there are still many beast cultivators behind us. How can you stop them with just you? Our Heavenly Limits Immortal Alliance isn't just composed of the 3 of us." The two sides exchanged a few words, and the negotiation soon broke down. The white-clothed woman's expression turned cold, and she no longer spoke. Her gaze swept across the area, and the 6 beasts suddenly stepped forward and surrounded them. In an instant, Qinshi's sword formation was spread out. Emotienga waved her hand, and the puppet standing by her side waved the heaven and earth fan in its hand. As for Feng Ning, she waved her sash, and a Chinese harp appeared in her hand. Emotienga glanced at her and thought, Ding Wan plays the zither, Feng Xiao plays the flute, and their daughter Feng Ning plays the Chinese harp. This family's magic weapons are all musical instruments. If something big happens in Biyun sect, they don't even need to invite a band. They can just go and play. These words must not be spoken out. Otherwise, Feng Ning would definitely disregard the demon cultivator and directly fight with her. The 6 beast cultivators stood far away or close to each other. Emotienga's expression turned serious when she saw them. This is the 6 directions primordial seizing formation. No wonder none of these beast cultivators are in the 9th rank. But they're still chasing us without fear. Senior Marshal Brother. Attack that woman first. Then wait for an opportunity to kill that tempest bird, Emotienga said in a low voice. Qinshi nodded slightly. She then glanced at Feng Ning and also said, Miss Feng, kill that woman. Feng Ning also noticed something was wrong. She didn't know much about formations, but seeing Emotienga's confident look, she didn't say anything to object. As soon as she finished speaking, the 6 beast cultivators moved. Emotienga couldn't see it before, but now that the 6 beast cultivators moved together, she realized the 6 beast cultivators had all 5 elements except for the tempest bird. The puppet raised the Fuxing sword and slashed a sword light at the beast cultivator with the wood element. That wood demon didn't care about it and kept moving forward. A golden aura came out from the side and blocked the Fuxing sword. Feng Ning flicked her fingers repeatedly, and the sound of the Chinese harp rang out. The fierce sound of killing rushed towards Bai Yan. Qinshi spread his sword formation, which spread out a vast sea of fire and swept towards Bai Yan. Bai Yan was making hand seals, and a faintly discernible aura of the earth element firmly bound the 6 beast cultivators together. The drifting spiritual aura converged into a pure primordial aura. Feng Ning's harp arrived first and rushed towards Bai Yan. The beast cultivator next to Bai Yan hurriedly came to her rescue and blocked Feng Ning's music. Emotienga's expression froze. She waved the heaven and earth fan in her hand, and a monstrous water column rushed towards the fire demon. At the same time, the puppet raised the Fuxing sword and slashed down hard, hitting the wood demon's branch, blocking its way. The branch was cut in two. The pure primordial aura rushed towards the wood demon, and the broken part quickly regained its vitality. Qinshi's sword aura swept towards the water demon. The water demon hurriedly swung its tail, and a stream of water suddenly rose from the sea, forming a wall to block the sword aura. Feng Ning wasn't affected at all. The harp clanged, and the music attacked Bai Yan again. One person was the main attacker, while the other 2 restrained the wood demon. For a while the 2 sides were fighting. Qinshi's cultivation level was higher than theirs, so it wouldn't be a problem for the 3 of them to work together to deal with the 6 beast cultivators. However, these 6 beast cultivators actually formed a 6 directions formation, helping each other and attacking together. The gathered primordial aura constantly made up for their injuries, so they fought to a draw. While they were in a stalemate, Emotienga winked. The sword aura in Qinshi's hand suddenly turned and swept towards the tempest bird that was condensing lightning. The tempest bird was terrified. It thought the 3 of them could see that Bai Yan was the formation eye of their 6 directions formation, so they would definitely attack Bai Yan with all their strength. It didn't expect them to actually see that it was the main attacker that could kill with one strike. The sword light as fast as lightning was about to hit it head-on. It didn't have time to think, so it waved its hand, and lightning surrounded itself tightly. However, in the next moment, it still let out a blood-curdling scream. It was Emotienga who used the golden lightning to break its purple lightning, making it take Qinshi's sword attack head-on. Chapter 577. The 3 young real fire swords sword light cut through the wind thunderbird's black wings. Blood splashed everywhere, dyeing the sea red. The wind thunderbird screamed and fell from the sky. The other 5 beast cultivators looked at each other and signaled each other with their eyes. Water and wood rushed down to catch the wind thunderbird, while metal, fire, and earth attacked Feng Ning at the same time. They wanted to besiege Wei to rescue Feng Ning, but Emotienga and Qinshi didn't even look at them. The vermilion bird's flames spread and attacked the water and wood monsters. Emotienga waved her heaven and earth fan, and mist gushed out of the fan and rolled toward the wind thunderbird. The water monster opened its mouth and spat out a monstrous wave toward the vermilion bird's flame. Water restrained fire, and it was a sea beast that lived in the sea all year round, so it was very confident in fire spells. Unexpectedly, the flame in front of it was no ordinary fire. It instantly roasted the huge wave into water vapor, and still rushed toward the 2 monsters. The two monsters were shocked. Half of their bodies were burned by the vermilion bird's flame, so they had no choice but to let go of the wind thunder bird. Qin Shi shot a sword aura straight through the wind thunder bird's chest. Without its wings, the wind thunder bird could no longer use the wind and thunder escape, so it could only take the attack. The mist flying out of the heaven and earth fan turned into thin threads, rolling the wind thunder bird firmly and pulling it over. On the other side, Feng Ning blocked the attack, but she didn't have enough strength and was hit by the fire monster's remaining power. Metal, fire, and earth saw the tide wind thunder bird and the defeated water and wood monsters. They signaled each other with their eyes, and the 5 monsters fled at the same time, heading toward the demon city. They didn't chase the 5 monsters who fled. Emo Tiange threw the wind thunder bird to Qin Shi and turned to look at Feng Ning. Feng Ning's whole sleeve was burnt. She covered her arm and glared at them. "Miss Feng, are you okay?" Feng Ning's face twisted. She couldn't help but say angrily, "You actually used me as bait?" Emo Tiange said nonchalantly, "I'm fine, aren't I?" "Of course you're fine." The more Feng Ning thought about it, the angrier she became. She pointed at her sleeve and said, "I'm the one who's not fine." With half of her sleeve burnt, she turned from a fairy into a lunatic. Emo Tiange looked at her and smiled, showing her shining teeth. "What's wrong with such a small injury? Of course you will get hurt in a fight. If it wasn't you, of course it's nothing." Feng Ning glared at Qin Shi. "Are you just going to let her do what she wants?" Qin Shi smiled. "It's just a small injury. It's really nothing. You. Feng Ning was seething with anger. She pointed at Qin Shi and said, "What? Are you treating me like this after marrying someone else?" Qin Shi paused. Emo Tiange cast him a glance, then looked at Feng Ning. Feng Ning sneered. "What are you doing? You treat him like a treasure, but I don't care." Emo Tiange chuckled. "Even if you want it, you won't have the chance, right? What did you say?" With Feng Ning's temperament, how could she tolerate someone mocking her like this? "If it wasn't because I didn't mean it, we would have been engaged 800 years ago." Emo Tiange looked at Qin Shi. "Is that so?" Qin Shi coughed and looked away. "This matter? I don't know." Judging from his expression, there was an 80% chance that it was true. Emo Tiange snorted coldly in her heart, but she soon smiled at Feng Ning and said, "Miss Feng, my senior martial brother never agreed, right?" Feng Ning stared at her coldly. Senior Jinghe agreed. Emo Tiange rolled her eyes rudely. "So Miss Feng likes my master? Although the age gap is a bit big, it doesn't matter. For us nascent soul cultivators, what's a few hundred years? My master is only 1,000 years old, so it's still a long time before he passes away. Maybe the day he reaches the deification realm is just around the corner." "Nonsense." Feng Ning blushed. "Who has anything to do with Senior Jinghe?" Emo Tiange showed an extremely surprised expression. "Didn't my master agree to your marriage?" She deliberately twisted her words. Feng Ning stomped her feet. "I said Senior Jinghe agreed to my marriage with Qin Shoujing." "Oh, I see." Emo Tiange seemed to lose interest and muttered, "It's really strange. Since my master agreed to the marriage, why didn't he tell my senior martial brother? Is he joking? Oh, my master is always like this. He always teases the younger generation, really." Feng Ning's face turned red, then blue, then red. Finally, she pointed at Emo Tiange and shouted angrily, "Emo Qingwei, you. Why are you angry, Miss Feng?" Emo Tiange approached her. "It's easy to get old if you're always angry. Miss Feng is so beautiful. Wouldn't it be a pity for you to get old?" Cough. Qin Shi pulled her back. "Don't make trouble. Miss Feng is injured. Let's go back and heal first." Emo Tiange turned her head. Her gaze could kill people, and she said word by word, "What did you say?" "I didn't say anything." Emo Tiange nodded with satisfaction. She then turned her head and said to Feng Ning with a very kind smile, "Miss Feng, instead of being angry here, why don't you go back and change your clothes? If seniors Luan and Feng see you like this, they'll feel sorry for you." Feng Ning stared at her while gnashing her teeth. In the end, she flung her intact sleeve, turned into a flight light, and flew towards Bishuan Court. Emo Tiange didn't stop smiling until Feng Ning's figure disappeared, and turned to look at Qin Shi. Qinshi braced himself and said, Master did say that. But I was immersed in cultivation at that time, and didn't respond. Emotienga closed the heaven and earth fan, and crossed her arms. So, she likes you? How could that be? Qinshi said, There are many people who fawn over her. I've only seen her a few times, and we haven't talked much. That's hard to say, Emotienga said. Back then, didn't Senior Marshal's sister Wei also? Thinking of Wei Jiasi and her bleak ending, she couldn't help but fall silent. Qinshi explained again, Don't be suspicious. Feng Ning was just indignant. Since she was born, Luan and Feng have always doted on her. Plus she's beautiful, so everyone treats her with respect, so… Emotienga didn't say anything more and just said, Let's go back. She then rode the flight light, and flew back to Bishuan Court. Qinshi, carrying the Tempest Bird, was stunned for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and followed her. When he returned to the main hall, Emotienga was already sitting on the side, enjoying Bishuan Court's top-grade spiritual tea. When she saw him coming in, she turned her head and ignored him. Qinshi threw the Tempest Bird to the side and sat down. Where did you come from, beast cultivators? After being stabbed twice, the Tempest Bird was already on the verge of death. It opened its eyes then closed them again. Not going to talk. A sneer appeared on Qinshi's face. If you don't want to be turned into a refined corpse, you'd better tell me honestly. The Tempest Bird said in a hoarse voice, No need, I'll kill myself. Right after it said that, the beast's core inside its body slowly lit up. Upon seeing this, the two of them turned pale with fright. Qinshi hastily summoned his sword light, and without saying anything, he ruthlessly stabbed the Tempest Bird's beast core. Emotienga took out her white silk handkerchief, which turned into a white cloth several dozen feet in size, and covered the Tempest Bird. Asterisk, 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 a loud boom. The cultivators in the square who were being tortured by Bai Yanfei turned their heads, and saw that the main hall of Bishuan Court's main hall was shaking. Cough! Emotienga waved her hand, brushing away the dust in front of her. She muttered, How cunning. Turns out he's long prepared to explode his beast core. Whether it was the explosion of a cultivator's gold core or nascent soul, or the explosion of a beast cultivator's beast core, they weren't things that could be completed in a single breath. However, if the beast core exploded, it would be dangerous. In the end, the Tempest Bird's beast core exploded. Fortunately, the two of them reacted quickly. Before the beast core completely exploded, the Tempest Bird was killed by Qinshi with a single sword strike. The remaining power was also blocked by the white silk handkerchief. Only a few chairs were damaged in the entire main hall. Emotienga picked up the white silk handkerchief with 18 holes inside. This defensive magic weapon given to her by her great ancestor was broken in the end. It was so broken that she couldn't repair it even if she wanted to. Qinshi, on the other hand, looked at the Tempest Bird that had exploded into a pile of rotten flesh with pity. The body of an 8th-rank demonic beast was full of treasures. If he could concoct an 8th-rank beast core into medicinal pills and take it, his cultivation level would definitely soar. Ingjingi hurried over. As soon as she entered the main hall, she was startled. Seniors, this is… Clean it up, Qinshi said. Yes. Ingjingi summoned 2 part-time disciples. Heh. A chuckle came from the door. Feng Ning, who had changed her clothes, leaned against the door and looked at them mockingly. The two of you are really at ease. Although she wasn't hit by the explosion, she was covered in powder. No matter how you looked at it, she was in a sorry state. Emotienga waved her sleeves and cast a simple spell, removing all the powder from her body. She looked at Feng Ning with a sincere smile. Miss Feng, why didn't you stay in the small courtyard to recuperate? Your injuries just now weren't light, right? Feng Ning's expression changed as if she was poked in her sore spot. Her injuries were indeed not light. Her whole arm was invaded by the fire aura, and it would take a long time to completely remove the fire aura. She said with a calm expression, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I have been injured? Emotienga smiled. Miss Feng is really noble. For us, you were willing to use yourself as bait. I'm really touched. Humph. Feng Ning glared at her while panting with rage. You still have the face to say that? I didn't do it willingly. Her gaze swept over Qin Shi, making her even angrier. Men. Humph. Sure enough. You're a thing that forgets your friends for love. Her words were a bit harsh. Qin Shi looked up with a sharp gaze. Miss Feng, if it weren't for that, it wouldn't have been easy for us to repel those beast cultivators. Seeing his expression, Feng Ning knew she said something wrong, but she didn't want to admit defeat. She argued, your cultivation level is the highest. Isn't it safer for you to contain those beast cultivators? Qin Shi said faintly, first of all, we have a tacit understanding of each other. Second, Miss Feng lacks the means to kill them in one blow. I'm very sorry for letting you get injured. Feng Ning turned around and said, I'm done talking to you. Don't talk to me anymore. Mo Tiange took out a jade bottle from her qianquan bag. Upon hearing what she said, she looked embarrassed. I was about to say that to express my apology, here are 3 9 transformations yang restoration pills, but Miss said to ignore you from now on. I really don't know what to do. Feng Ning suddenly turned around and stared at Mo Tiange, gnashing her teeth. Mo. Qing. Wait. Mo Tiange immediately said, Miss Feng, what can I do for you? Go to hell. Feng Ning flew into a rage. Are you deliberately playing with me? When did I offend you? You. Chapter 578. In the end, Feng Ning took the 9 Revolutions Yang Restoration pills back to her small courtyard. 9 Revolutions Yang Restoration pills weren't easy to concoct. Not to mention the rarity of the materials, the concoction technique alone had to be done from the 1st revolution to the 9th revolution, without the slightest mistake. Feng Ning wasn't a fool. She wouldn't give up 9 Revolutions Yang Restoration pills worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, let alone 3 of them. After Feng Ning left, Mo Tiange sat down, covering her face and laughing. Qin Shi said, you've offended Feng Ning badly. So what? Mo Tiange didn't care at all. Even if she reported it to Master, we're still in the right. How could cultivators not get hurt? Besides, she deliberately compensated him with 3 9 Revolutions Yang Restoration pills. Wasn't that enough sincerity? Who told Feng Ning to talk about marriage and deliberately make her unhappy? Thinking of this, Mo Tiange was unhappy again. He actually almost got engaged to someone else before she appeared. Qin Shi glanced at her. Seeing her unhappy expression, he pondered for a while and decided to explain. In fact, Senior Ding often jokes and Master also likes to joke so you almost got engaged? Mo Tiange squinted at him. It wasn't almost, it was just a joke. I never took it seriously. Fine. Mo Tiange thought for a while then asked, what other romantic affairs do you have? Tell me all at once. Qin Shi thought seriously for a while then said sincerely, no. Even if I did, it had nothing to do with me. In the 100 years before he met her, his life was boring. Apart from cultivation and experience, there was nothing else. Romantic affairs were other people's business, and had nothing to do with him. Really? Mo Tiange was doubtful. Really? Qin Shi was very, very sure, trying to make his expression look very sincere. In fact, Feng Ning didn't need to tell him about this matter. There was nothing between them. The elders just joked a few times. If they didn't happen to travel together this time, no one would mention this matter. However, he felt very happy. Her reaction showed that she cared about him. The 2 part-time disciples took the Wind Thunderbird's corpse, cleaned it, and moved a clean chair. The 2 of them casually said a few words, then went back to their own cultivation. Mo Tiange took out the thunder bead Jing Xingji gave her a few days ago, seeped her divine sense into it, and started to explore its structure. This lightning bead could paralyze a person's breathing. If she could figure out what was going on, her great heavenly lightning art would become even more powerful. While he was studying, Feifei's voice sounded in his ears. Let me out, let me out. Mo Tiange moved her spiritual aura, then pointed at the spiritual beast bracelet, and released Feifei. What's wrong? After exiting the spirit beast bangle, Feifei stretched her back and said, I'm so bored inside. I came out for a stroll. Since they were here to kill demonic beasts, Xiaohua and Xiaofan would easily cause misunderstandings if they came out. So Mo Tiange left them inside the virtual sky world. Only Feifei was left. After it transformed into its human form, it couldn't stay in the virtual sky world for long. It always wanted to find a crowded place to stay, so it stayed in the spiritual beast bracelet, so it could come out at any time. Besides, this was his hometown. How could he hide in the spirit beast bag? Then go ahead and stroll around. Remember to bring the token with you. Feifei lazily pointed at the Xianqing school Taoist robe it was wearing. Wearing this, who would ask? That's hard to say. With your current appearance, people will know you're not among the people I brought. Got it. Feifei curled its lips, tidied its robe, took out a water mirror, and combed its long hair. Feeling that it was incomparably handsome and flawless, it hummed a tune and left the sect head's main hall. Mo Tiange couldn't help but shake her head as she watched its back. How could she raise such a spiritual beast? It was fine when it hadn't transformed. It only needed to comb its golden fur all day long. And when it turned into a human, and had to look at itself in the mirror. But she wasn't so particular about it. When Feifei walked out of the sect head's main hall and passed by the square, Bai Yanfei suddenly called out, "Senior martial brother." Seeing that Feifei ignored him, he raised his voice and said, "Senior martial brother, please wait." Feifei stopped. Seeing that there was no one around, it looked at Bai Yanfei and pointed at its nose. "Did you call me?" Bai Yanfei nodded and walked towards Feifei. He cupped his hands and asked, "Senior martial brother, why haven't I seen you before?" In the whole of Xianqing school, there were only about 40 core formation cultivators. Usually they saw each other all the time. Even if they didn't talk to each other, they knew each other. There was no reason for a core formation cultivator they hadn't seen to suddenly appear, especially one in the late stage of the core formation realm. Feifei was currently in the 7th rank, the late stage of the core formation realm for human cultivators. Upon hearing what Bai Yanfei said, Feifei waved its hand lazily and said, "It's normal if you haven't seen me before. It'd be strange if you did." Bai Yanfei felt even more baffled. "May I ask which martial uncle you're under?" Feifei pointed at the sect head's main hall. "There." Bai Yanfei was stunned. Martial Uncle Shoujing and Martial Uncle Qingwei? They only have one disciple. Feifei interrupted him. "Who said I'm a disciple? I'm Mo Qingwei's spiritual beast." Spiritual beast. Bai Yanfei's eyes bulged so much that they almost fell out. He looked Feifei up and down. The youngster in front of him was extremely handsome. His black hair was mixed with a few strands of gold, and his pupils seemed to be embedded with golden threads. He looked devilishly handsome. Bai Yanfei was very confident in his appearance, but in front of Feifei, he could only admit defeat. If a spiritual beast was more handsome than a person, would people like them still want to live? Here. Feifei took out an identity tablet from its robe and waved it in front of him. "I didn't lie to you, did I?" This identity tablet was specially made by the steward's hall. When Feifei ran to the steward's hall to ask for clothes and identity tablets, the steward there was dumbfounded. Although there were many nascent Soul Lord Taoists in Xianqing school, none of them had a transformed spiritual beast that ran to the steward's hall to ask for an identity tablet. He couldn't make the decision on this matter, so he reported it to Master Taoist Shi, who sent a voice transmission to Mo Tiange. After confirming this matter was true, Master Taoist Shi specially made an identity tablet for Feifei and registered it in the disciple register. Bai Yanfei stared at this identity tablet specially made by Xianqing school. After confirming that the aura sealed inside was the same as Feifei's, he finally believed it. He hesitated for a moment but still said, "Senior martial brother, I'm busy now. Are you willing to help me?" Feifei was impatient to stay in this closed place. It didn't care what it was doing, so it asked, "What kind of help?" Bai Yanfei pointed at the foundation building cultivators. "These juniors aren't familiar with each other. I can't split myself up, so I'll have to trouble you to teach them a thing or two for me." Feifei looked at them. There were only 10 people in a team, forming a 10-square formation. Although it wasn't good at fights of magical powers, it was already in the 7th rank after all, so it could learn by watching. All right, it had nothing to do anyway. Bai Yanfei smiled and bowed. Sorry to trouble you, senior martial brother. Fei turned to look at them, then casually pointed at them. You and you, the three of you, follow me. The 30 disciples looked at Fei, then looked at Bai Yanfei. The 3 people in the lead uttered, yes, and led their teams to follow them. Fei walked towards the mountain gate with his hands behind his back. Senior martial brother, Bai Yanfei called from behind. When it gets dark, you can order them to go back. Fei waved his hand without looking back, indicating he understood. He then led the 30 disciples and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bai Yanfei stared at the place where they disappeared, remaining silent for a long time. After a long time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Spiritual beast. It was actually a spiritual beast. The cultivation level of that senior martial sister most spiritual beast was also higher than his. Who else could he compare to? He even politely called a spiritual beast senior martial brother. Back then, he only treated a spiritual beast as an animal. Why would he call it senior martial brother so politely? While Bai Yanfei was wallowing in self-pity, Fei led the 3 teams of foundation-building cultivators to go out. Tang Shun, who was responsible for guarding the mountain gate, didn't dare to be careless. After he received a disciple's report, he immediately rushed over. Ever since the demonic beasts attacked, Bishuan Court's great mountain protecting formation was completely activated, and the mountain gate was sealed. If that wasn't the case, how could the cultivators in Bishuan Court resist the beast cultivators' attacks? Now, disciples were strictly prohibited from entering and exiting Bishuan Court. One reason was for the disciples' safety, and the other was because they were worried someone would leak the situation inside Bishuan Court to the beast cultivators. Senior martial brother. Upon seeing Fei, Tang Shen sized him up cautiously, then saluted him. May I know how I should address you, senior martial brother? Fei didn't feel like explaining. He still took out the identity tablet and waved it in front of Tang Shen. His origin was clearly written on the identity tablet. There were more than 10 words. Fei, Lord Taoist Qingwei's spiritual beast. Tang Shen was stunned when he saw the 2 words Fei. He suddenly remembered that martial uncle Qingmiao once gave elder Yi a Fei. He was extremely shocked. He remembered that Fei was only in the 1st rank back then, but now, its cultivation level was even higher than his, and it even took a human form. Only now did he realize how powerful elder Ye's methods were. The Eastern Seas Fei were only in the 2nd or 3rd rank at most. He'd never heard of a 7th rank Fei. Not only did she raise a Fei to the 7th rank, but her advancement speed was also astonishingly fast. Speaking of which, could 7th rank spiritual beasts take a human form? He was puzzled. Senior martial brother. After thinking for a long time, Tang Shen still decided to call him senior martial brother, like a human cultivator. May I ask why we have to leave the monastery? Fei pointed at a group of cultivators behind him and said, to take them out for training. This isn't necessary, Tang Shen said. Our sect is so big. If we want to train, we can go anywhere. Besides, it's very dangerous outside. What if you encounter demonic beasts outside attacking the mountain? Fei said. I'll naturally bring them back in time. Tang Shen hesitated for a moment, then said, Senior martial brother, please wait for a moment. I'll ask for instructions first. Fei muttered, so troublesome. Isn't it just going out? Tang Shen smiled politely and said, this is an emergency. Please forgive me, senior martial brother. He then took out a sound-transmitting talisman, said a few words, then waved his hand and flew towards the sect head's main hall. Before long, the sound-transmitting talisman flew back. Tang Shen took it and heard a sentence. Let it be. He then took out an identity tablet and shone it lightly, opening a small hole that could only accommodate 2 people. Senior martial brother, please. Fei led the 30 foundation building disciples out of Bishuan Court in a swagger. Once everyone left, Tang Shen waved the identity tablet, and the formation closed again. He didn't go back immediately. Instead, he stood there in a daze, watching Fei slowly fly away. A spiritual beast. This was just a spiritual beast. In comparison, he was really incompetent. Feifei didn't know its appearance had made two cultivators with superior aptitudes feel ashamed of their inferiority. It just led the group of foundation-building disciples towards the seaside in excitement. Chapter 579. The Smell of the Sea. Feifei stood above the sea and took a deep breath. Although it was a walking beast, it had lived on an island in the East China Sea since it was a child, so the sea was its home. "Martial uncle," someone shouted from below. "What are we going to do?" Feifei was very unhappy that its memory was interrupted. It rushed down and kicked all 30 foundation-building cultivators into the sea. "Martial uncle." These cultivators scratched their heads after being kicked into the sea. They didn't know what this martial uncle wanted to do. They weren't good at swimming, so they could only rely on light body technique to float in the sea. Feifei glared at them. "Who told you to use spells? Soak in the sea for me." Having no other choice, these people cancelled the light body technique and fell into the sea with a thud. Feifei nodded with satisfaction. If you want to fight with sea beasts, you have to get used to the sea. If you can smoothly practice the 10-direction formation in the sea without using spells, you'll pass. You and you. Feifei pointed at the leaders of the 3 squads. "Come here." The 3 of them flew over while dragging their wet clothes. "Martial uncle, I'll go patrol. You 3 keep watch. If they're lazy, the 3 of them said in fear and trepidation. "Rest assured, martial uncle. We won't be lazy." "That's good." Feifei turned to look at them, then waved its hand. A golden aura flew out of its sleeve, circled around and formed a light screen not far away. It said, "If a demonic beast comes, it'll warn you. You should quickly return to Bishuan Court." Yes. The foundation-building cultivators felt reassured. What they worried about the most was running into demonic beasts. After leaving Bishuan Court's great mountain-protecting formation, Feifei no longer said anything. With a flash of golden light, it transformed into its true form, Feifei. It ran in the air towards the depths of the sea, leaving behind a tiger paw print. The 30 foundation-building cultivators were dumbfounded. In the end, one of the 3 team leaders said, "Martial uncle's escaping technique is very strange." The other 2 nodded simultaneously. Yes, it was definitely an escaping technique. Some escaping techniques indeed allowed one to transform into an animal and run. While the 30 of them were diligently practicing the 10-direction formation in the sea, Feifei transformed into its true form and ran in midair, quickly leaving the coast. Feifei's escape technique originated from the white tiger's body. The white tiger's body was still in its storage space, and it had absorbed a portion of the white tiger's bloodline and possessed some of the white tiger's magical abilities. For example, every time its 4 feet landed, a white tiger paw print would be formed. As he ran, an island appeared in front of him. There was a demon city on the island, and a few rays of light flew out from the demon city towards him. Feifei's footsteps came to a halt, and he stopped in midair, his eyes wide as he stared at the approaching escape light. The light stopped in front of it and revealed their true appearances. They were a flying bird, a dolphin, and a giant fish, all of which were at the 6th or 7th level. Faced with it, the dolphin cried out first. There was a pattern to its cries. In fact, it was speaking the language of demonic beasts. "Brother Yao," the dolphin called out. Feifei looked at them vigilantly and asked in the same beast language, "What do you want?" Dolphin said, "May I know Brother Yao's background?" Feifei said, "What does this have to do with you?" The 3 demonic beasts were startled. The giant fish said, "Could it be that you're not a demonic beast from here?" Feifei snorted and asked instead of answering, "Where are you demonic beasts from? Why don't I remember there being such high-level demonic beasts here?" The dolphin said, "We were originally demonic beasts from the South Sea. Later, the world changed and the South Sea was connected to the celestial pole, so we came here." "Oh." Feifei became serious. "So, this place isn't the East Sea anymore?" "Not really," the dolphin said. "The islands connected to the mainland also moved along with the mainland, so this place can also be said to be the East Sea. However, if we go further, we'll be in the South Sea." Feifei felt relieved, and its tone became kinder. "So you're demonic beasts from the South Sea. No wonder I don't remember there being such high-level demonic beasts here. The dolphin chuckled and put its two fins together, as if it was saluting. Brother Yao, you're a demonic beast from the East Sea? Feifei nodded. Yes, I grew up on an island in the East Sea. Later, I left the East Sea in order to advance. Now that I'm about to transform, I've returned to the East Sea to prepare for it. I see. The dolphin looked it up and down and asked in confusion. May I know what kind of beast Brother Yao is? Why have we never seen a demonic beast like Brother Yao? Feifei held its head high and said, I'm a descendant of the ancient divine beast Feifei. Feifei? The other two demonic beasts looked at the dolphin. The dolphin racked its brains and suddenly remembered something. Feifei, you're the Feifei that can coexist peacefully with all ferocious beasts? Flying Bird and Giant Fish asked one after another. Is there really a Feifei? They hadn't reached the 8th rank yet, so Flying Bird and Giant Fish only had low-level intelligence. Only the dolphin was one of the special species of demonic beasts. Its spiritual intelligence had long been awakened, so it was equivalent to an 8th-ranked demonic beast that had already transformed. It wasn't much different from humans. The dolphin thought of a possibility and asked, because you're a Feifei, we're not hostile towards you. In the past, if they encountered an unknown demonic beast that wasn't willing to tell them about its origin, they would have already attacked it. Feifei nodded. That's right. Even if you guys want to kill me, I can make you guys dispel your hostility. Oh, the dolphin already believed it. From the moment it saw Feifei, it had never thought of using force to make it submit. This was probably one of the Feifei's special abilities. Besides, from the conversation just now, Feifei's intelligence had clearly surpassed that of ordinary demonic beasts. So it's Brother Feifei. It's an honor to meet you. The dolphin swung its tail and lowered its head. Feifei returned the greeting, but its tone was still arrogant. What are you guys doing here? Since they were both demonic beasts, the dolphin said straightforwardly, there are many cultivators at the seaside. We're here to hunt. Hunters. Humans and demonic beasts had a mutual hunting relationship. Humans would hunt demonic beasts, and demonic beasts would naturally hunt humans too. A cultivator's body and golden core were also very nourishing to them. Yes. I wonder if Brother Feifei is interested in joining us? We have an 8th-ranked demonic ancestor in our demon city. Feifei shook its head uninterestedly. Our Feifei's cultivation method is different from yours. I won't be joining you as a hunter. Oh. The dolphin was a little disappointed. Feifei was one of the ancient divine beasts. They demonic beasts worshipped bloodlines the most. Moreover, it was going to transform very soon. I'm going to look for my clansmen. I hope we won't offend each other. Of course. Brother Feifei, have a safe journey. The dolphin made a gesture of sending it off. Feifei nodded arrogantly. Still stepping on the tiger paw prints, it ran deep into the sea. The dolphin, Flying Bird, and Giant Fish respectfully watched as it left. After running for another few thousand kilometers, Feifei looked at a small island in the sea excitedly. Fortunately, this island came with the celestial pole. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be able to find its home. After calming its emotions, it landed on the small island. On the beach, 3 to 5 Feifei were playing. When they saw a golden light falling from the sky, they were stunned. Feifei saw these little Feifei and ran toward them. Where's the clan leader? The little Feifei blinked its eyes and looked at it without answering. Feifei asked patiently, where's the clan leader? You. Are you a god? One of the little Feifei gathered its courage and asked. God? Feifei blinked. The little Feifei said, your fur is golden. Feifei shook the golden fur on its body and raised its head proudly. Of course, I'm the most outstanding Feifei. So you're not a god? The little Feifei said in disappointment. Feifei glared at it. There's no god. Take me to the clan leader. I'll take you there. Another little Feifei called out. The little Feifei turned around and ran toward the other side of the small island. Feifei followed. While running, the little Feifei asked, if you're not a god, why is your fur golden? Because I ate a spirit fruit. Feifei answered indifferently. Can I eat it? I also want my fur to turn golden. It's so beautiful. You'll have to ask my master. Master. The little Feifei suddenly stopped and turned to look at Feifei. Its fur stood on end. What's wrong? Feifei asked. The little Feifei's eyes flickered with hostility. You're a human spirit beast, not one of us. Feifei looked at it and laughed. You're so small. Do you know what a spirit beast is? I know. The little Feifei shouted. Those human cultivators will come and capture us. And we'll be separated from our family forever. At this point it started to cry. I don't want to leave my mother. Feifei was even more amused. I'm not going to capture you. Why are you crying? The little Feifei stopped crying and stared at it with wide eyes. You're not going to capture me? Why would I want to capture you? The little Feifei tilted its head and thought for a moment. A thought flashed through its mind, and it said, I know. You want to see the clan leader, and then capture us all. Feifei was stunned. It laughed and scolded. Nonsense. I'm also a Feifei. But you're already a spirit beast. You're not a Feifei anymore. Little Yuan. A shout came from behind the little Feifei. The little Feifei turned its head, and several adult Feifei ran toward them. The little Feifei jumped up. Clan leader. One of the Feifei grabbed the little Feifei and hid behind it. The group of Feifei came before Feifei and stared at it cautiously. You're the clan leader? Feifei asked the leading Feifei. That Feifei raised its front paw. Yes, I'm the clan leader. You're, Feifei said. My father's name is White Fang. White Fang. The clan leader thought for a moment and jumped up. You're the missing son of White Fang? Feifei nodded its head. Yes. Is my father still alive? The clan leader sighed and shook its head. Your father died not long after you disappeared. Hearing this, the light in Feifei's eyes dimmed. The clan leader asked, Where did you go? Why did you become like this? You've broken through to the 4th level? Feifei cheered up and said, Yes, I'm already at the 7th level. 7th level. The group of Feifei was shocked and whispered to each other. The adult Feifei were usually at the 2nd or 3rd level, and the highest was only at the 4th level. There had never been a 7th level Feifei. Feifei continued to answer the clan leader's question. Back then, I was accidentally captured by humans. Chapter 580. When Feifei was very young, Elder Qingmiao, who was in charge of hunting sea beasts, caught it when it left the small island. It only had a vague impression of the island where its entire race lived. Most of these Feifeis did not remember it. After confirming that Feifei was the lost little Feifei, the chief warmly invited it into the cave where it was resting. I didn't expect you to advance to the 7th order after being lost for so long. This is too shocking. Feifei looked at the little Feifei, which was hiding behind its kin, and said slowly, I am already a human spirit beast. The clan leader was taken aback. Feifei didn't say anything. Its body slowly lit up with a dazzling golden light, making Feifei in the cave unable to open his eyes. When the golden light dissipated, it had already transformed into a human. Looking at the human teenager that Feifei had transformed into, the clan leader raised his front foot in surprise and pointed at it. You, Feifei said. My master was a cultivator with great fortune. Because of that, I was able to advance to the 7th rank and transform early. After the clan leader recovered from his shock, he remained silent for a long time before saying, What are you trying to do by telling us all this? Feifei smiled and said, We, the Feifei clan, have the bloodline left behind by the ancient divine beasts in the human world. Our innate talents are unique and cannot be compared to ordinary demonic beasts. It looked at the clan leader and asked, Are you willing to be like me? No. The chief's eldest son, the other Feifei, shouted, We can't be human beasts. Feifei shook its head lightly. I just hope that my entire clan will follow my master. I don't have to be spiritual beasts. Hearing this, the clan leader was puzzled. Since it's a follower, why can't it be a spiritual beast? Feifei said, You don't understand my master. I believe that she is the best master in the world. When we first made the spiritual beast contract, I was of no use to her. But she was willing to give me her most precious spiritual herbs to eat, so I was able to advance to the 7th rank. If our entire clan is willing to follow her, I believe that our fate of not being able to break through to the fourth order will change. Then what do we need to do? The chief asked. Human cultivators wouldn't adopt useless spirit beasts, would they? Feifei pondered upon hearing this. Fight. They are Feifeis and do not know how to fight. Guard the mountain gate? I don't think I need so many mounts. What a joke. They the Feifei were divine beasts. How could they become mounts for humans and plant spirit herbs? After thinking for a long time, Feifei found that the Feifei did not seem to have any other use besides being a pet. But there was no need to have more than 100 pets, right? I don't care. Feifei said straightforwardly. If she doesn't want to, I'll just stick to her for now. Feifei continued. Patriarch, in ancient times, we used to be spirit beasts for human cultivators. Now we're just following one person. It's not a big deal. The clan leader said. How can the ancient times be compared to the present? We are divine beasts. And our masters are either immortals who have already ascended, or cultivators with great divine power. But nowadays there are no more powerful cultivators. Our Feifei Empire is no longer as powerful as it was in ancient times. Divine beast, if it can't break through to the fourth rank, and can't ascend, how can it be called a divine beast? The clan head hesitated. Besides, Feifei looked at the patriarch solemnly. Don't you want to recover your ancestors' memories, ascend to the spiritual realm, and return to your family? Ancestral memories? Feifei said. When I advanced to the 5th tier, I found the memories that were passed down from generation to generation. I don't want to be abandoned by my ancestors in this world. I want to find the spiritual realm, and return to the Feifei clan. The clan head was silent, and so were the other Feifei. All this time, they only knew that they were the descendants of the divine beast Feifei, and were left in this world. They didn't know why, nor did they know how to find their way back. Return to the family? That was a thought that made their blood boil. But could it really be done? Your master has that kind of power? Are you sure? The clan leader was doubtful. Feifei shook its head. I can't be sure that we can find the spiritual realm. I can only say that my master is the cultivator, who is most likely to reach the soul formation stage in this world. The clan leader turned to look at the other Feifei. A Feifei said timidly, Why don't we try? Another Feifei said, What if it doesn't work? We're living freely here now. If it doesn't work, our clan might go extinct. But look at him. He is Feifei stood up and said, You guys discuss it. Tell me when you've decided. Walking out of the cave, Feifei slowly walked to the beach. On the beach, the little Feifei were still playing. It used to be one of them, but now, it was the only Feifei in this world that could be considered a divine beast. Its fate changed the moment it secretly left the island. After it gained its spiritual wisdom, it often felt lonely. In this world, divine beasts no longer existed. There were only about 100 Feifei that had been passed down for millions of years, and it was the only Feifei that advanced to the 7th rank and inherited its ancestors' memory. Strictly speaking, it didn't have its own kind in this world. Xiaohuo wasn't, Xiaofan wasn't, and these Feifei weren't either. It alone carried the memory of the Feifei race for millions of years, and endured loneliness that no divine beast had ever experienced since ancient times. It wanted to find its own kind and go to the spiritual realm, but all of this was still far away. It felt very confused, and it didn't even know how to take the first step. In a way, it depended on Emotienga. Although it always had an arrogant attitude on the surface, she was a person with vitality, persistent and enthusiastic, which made its heart feel hope. Therefore, it thought it should follow her. Maybe it could really find the way to the spiritual realm. Even if it couldn't find it, it wouldn't feel too lonely. Who are you? A frightened voice came to its ears. It was the little Feifei that was playing and saw its human form. Feifei was amused. If it was really a human, it wouldn't understand beast language. It shook its body and turned into a golden-furred Feifei, which was very eye-catching among a group of snow-white Feifei. It's you. The little Feifei were very surprised and surrounded it, asking questions all at once. Why are you a human? Mummy said I can only become a human after I transform. No wonder your fur is golden. Asterisk 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 2 hours later. The chief finally came and found Feifei playing with a group of little Feifei. Feifei was still in its human form, sitting on the beach with a group of Feifei. You've decided? The chief nodded solemnly. Yes, we've decided to go with you. It paused and said, we're divine beasts. We can't forget our ancestors' memory. Feifei smiled, although this result wasn't beyond its expectations. It said, call all of the Feifei here. The Feifei next to the chief dispersed to look for the scattered Feifei on the island. It took them an hour to find all the Feifei. The chief called their names. Before leaving, Feifei released its divine sense to search the island. After making sure it didn't miss any Feifei, it used a boat-shaped magic weapon it stole from Emotienga to carry the 100 or so Feifei in the world, and left the island. When they arrived at the demon city, the dolphin came out again to greet them, but it didn't have any suspicions, and even invited them to sit in the demon city. Feifei refused. It imperceptibly memorized the defense measures of the demon city, then flew back to Bichuan Court. The 30 foundation building cultivators, who were still practicing the 10-direction formation in the sea, were dumbfounded when they saw Feifei flying back, with a boat full of Feifei. The 3 team leaders hastily flew over and bowed to greet him. Martial uncle. Feifei waved its hand casually. Are you done practicing? Almost. The 3 of them said hesitantly. This martial uncle didn't seem easy to talk to. Unexpectedly, Feifei didn't care at all. It's not something you can practice in one day. Let's go back to the mountain gate first. The 3 of them were overjoyed and said, yes. The Feifei looked at the 30 human cultivators following behind it. They were both afraid and curious. Even humans listened to Feifei. Feifei majestically came to the mountain gate with 30 cultivators, and more than 100 Feifei, instantly causing a sensation. By the time Emotienga heard the commotion and came over, the monastery gate was already densely packed with people. Seeing her coming, Tang Shen hurriedly shouted, back off. Emotienga looked at the Feifei behind Feifei, and was speechless with astonishment. You, Feifei said. You won't let us in? Emotienga took a deep breath, and waved her hand. Let them in. Tang Shen took her order, and opened the great mountain protecting formation. A quarter of an hour later, more than 100 Feifei stood neatly in the sect head's main hall, which shocked Qin Shi so much that his jaw almost dropped. Emotienga, who had already recovered from her shock, slowly sat down, looked at Feifei from the corner of her eyes and asked, what's going on? Feifei sat down indifferently and crossed its legs. I brought all the Feifei in the world. The corner of Emotienga's mouth twitched. She continued to ask, I mean, what's your purpose in bringing them back? Feifei picked up the teacup and stopped it at the edge of its mouth. It thought for a moment, then said, accompany me. Emotienga glared at it. What did you say? Accompany me, Feifei said word by word. Emotienga raised her head, covered her eyes with her right hand, and said as if she was talking to herself, I must be hallucinating. You're not hallucinating, Qin Shi said. I really saw more than 100 Feifei. Emotienga jumped up and glared at Feifei. More than 100 Feifei? Do you think I specialize in raising spiritual beasts? Xianqing School isn't the spiritual beast sect. You're looking for the wrong person. Feifei said lightly. The virtual sky world is very big. Emotienga tried hard to hold back her anger. This was really retribution. She just angered Feng Ning to death. And now she was angered to death by Feifei. Just as she thought of Feng Ning appeared at the door. She leaned against the door again and said with great surprise, wow, so cute. Emoqingwei, give me one. Emotienga turned her head and stared at her. No. Feng Ning stopped smiling and glared at her. Emoqingwei, do you have to be so stingy? There are so many of them. But you can't even give me one? Emotienga said faintly. Although they're spiritual beasts, they have their own wishes. I don't have the right to transfer them as gifts. Feng Ning was stunned and became silent. Emotienga ignored her and glared at Feifei. Are there spiritual beasts like you? Do you want to eat me poor with more than 100 of them? Chapter 581. Emotinga and Feifei started an arduous negotiation. First of all, although the virtual sky world was big, it was full of medicinal fields, so it wasn't suitable for raising many spiritual beasts. Second, how many medicinal pills would she need to refine to raise more than 100 spiritual beasts? She didn't have the time. Finally, what could she do with more than 100 spiritual beasts? Although Feifei was very capable, finding more than 100 Feifeis to accompany it, she had no problem with her brain. Feifei expressed the following opinions. First, they could be separated but not separated. Second, they couldn't fight, but their intelligence was high among demonic beasts, so they could be taught some simple skills. Third, Emotinga could teach Xianqing school disciples medicinal pills, and they were willing to exchange their treasure hunting skills for medicinal pills. In the end, one person and one beast each took a step back and reached an agreement. Emotinga would keep these more than 100 Feifeis for the time being. After the matter in the Eastern Sea was over, these Feifeis would be sent back to Xianqing school and distributed to various peaks. These Feifeis wouldn't sign a spiritual beast contract with a specific person. They would belong to the steward's hall of each peak. They would be responsible for treasure hunting, and if they found anything, they would be exchanged for medicinal pills. In fact, with her strength, she could directly capture these Feifeis and turn them into spiritual beasts. This was how cultivators' spiritual beasts came to be. But she didn't want to do that. First, it violated her principles. Second, Feifei had been with her for more than 100 years. Although it had a bad personality and a bad mouth, it was reliable in critical moments. Besides, the contract they signed was a subordinate contract, not a master contract. If she ignored Feifei's wishes, it would definitely rebel. In this world, although the strong were respected, it wasn't unreasonable. After the matter was settled, Emotinga temporarily asked Ingenie for an abandoned spiritual beast garden and let these Feifeis live there. As for Feifei, it was ordered to guard the gate for Tangshan. Feifei was taken away by Ingenie, and Feifei went to guard the gate. Emotinga fell on the chair, rubbed her forehead, and said weakly, "One day, I'll become prematurely old." Qingxi smiled. "Why don't you think about it from another perspective? Feifei are a very rare species. It's hard to even get one, but you managed to get more than 100 of them. Rest assured, Feng Shui will definitely be very happy." Treasure hunting included finding spirit veins, spirit stone veins, rare ores, spirit herbs, spirit beasts, and so on. These were all extremely important matters, and the sect's advantage was reflected in this aspect. The difficulty of the treasure hunting mission was also the highest among all the sect affairs. Under normal circumstances, a sect would raise a group of full-time treasure hunters. These treasure hunters would not be in the sect all year round, so they did not have to take on any chores. However, they enjoyed extremely generous offerings because treasure hunting was extremely difficult. Treasure hunters had special skills, innate talents, or special cultivation techniques that allowed them to sense the existence of treasures within a certain range. Unfortunately, treasure hunters were very difficult to cultivate. Talent was much rarer than spirit roots, and cultivation techniques were not something that anyone could cultivate. These Feifeis were naturally very sensitive to spiritual energy, and Feifei had even found treasures several times. It was clear that they were very talented in treasure hunting. "What's bothering me is medicinal pills," Emotinga said with a bitter expression. "How can ordinary spiritual beast pills help Feifei advance? I reckon that aside from the flowerless golden fruit, Feifei was able to advance so smoothly because the medicinal pills it usually took were all concocted from medicinal pills that were more than 1,000 years old. That being the case, how can I give these spiritual plants to the pill-concocting disciples to refine?" Qingxi said, "You're thinking too much. Don't forget that you're now one of the nascent soul grandmasters in the sect. No matter how many thousand-year-old spiritual plants you take out, they won't dare to be suspicious." "Really?" Emotinga looked at him suspiciously. "They won't find it strange, even if I take out a big bundle of thousand-year-old spiritual plants?" Qingxi smiled. "Any inconceivable thing is natural for a nascent soul cultivator. The ones who find it strange are only my senior martial brothers and sisters. They're all smart people. You advanced to the nascent soul realm at such a young age. So aside from innate talents, fated chances are also indispensable. They know this very well, so they definitely won't ask. He paused for a moment and said, however, it's quite possible that they'll come to you to extort some spiritual plants they lack. Emotienga patted her chest and said, then I'm relieved. Even if they come to extort me, they definitely won't take it for free. She glanced at her with a smile in his eyes. You've really figured out their temperaments. Taking out some spiritual plants wasn't a problem for her at all. When she cleaned up the medicinal fields, she picked a lot of spiritual plants that were nearing the end of their lifespan. Later, to make room for the newly sprouted spiritual plants, she also picked a batch of spiritual plants that weren't that valuable. These spiritual plants were precisely the materials used to concoct medicinal pills for spiritual beasts. After that, Emotienga left this matter to Ingenie. Ingenie originally wanted a few feifeis, but Feifei didn't agree. So Emotienga gave her a batch of medicinal pills and magic tools. With this batch of medicinal pills, Ingenie worked very hard. In the next few days, there were only a few small conflicts in Linhai. As soon as they arrived, one of the 6 beast cultivators died. These beast cultivators wouldn't make any big moves for the time being, but it was necessary for them to send some low-level demonic beasts to harass them. On Bishuan Court's side, they naturally also sent some low-level cultivators to fight, giving them a chance to gain experience. On the next day, demonic beasts attacked again. Most of them were in the 2nd to 5th rank, and only a few were in the 5th rank and above. Tang Shun and Bai Yanfei led the charge. Emotienga and Qin Shi still guarded the sect head's hall, while Feng Ning stayed in her small courtyard as usual. The battle progressed very smoothly. Although there were casualties, they were minimized with Kuang Zhu's presence. Qin Shi suddenly said, what do you think these beast cultivators are planning? Emotienga, who was studying the map of the demon city, answered in confusion, aren't they hunters? Qin Shi shook his head and said, I don't think it's that simple. If they're just hunters, is it necessary to build a demon city so close to the city? Emotienga was stunned. She looked at the complicated terrain of the demon city and tapped the table with her fingers. What you said makes sense. Just like human cultivators, they never lived in the forest to hunt, because it was extremely dangerous. Kunwu cultivators always formed teams in Kunwu before entering the southern forest. After hunting, they would return to Kunwu to rest. These beast cultivators, on the other hand, built their demon city so close to Bishuan Court and provoked battles from time to time. They didn't look like hunters at all. Do they want to seize Kunwu? Emotienga whispered. We can't rule out any possibility, Qin Shi said thoughtfully. They said there are more beast cultivators behind them. I believe it's true. If they didn't have reinforcements, how could the 6th-8th rank beast cultivators have the courage to fight against them? That's troublesome. The demonic beasts in the South Sea are very powerful. Yes, Qin Shi had experienced it himself, so he felt terrified whenever he thought of the demonic beasts in the South Sea. The demonic beasts in the South Sea live in such a dangerous place, so they're much stronger than ordinary beast cultivators. They're no weaker than human cultivators. He looked at Emotienga and asked, should we send a message to the Immortal Alliance? Emotienga shook her head. We don't have any evidence. We'd better send a message to senior martial brother Xinjiang. Okay. Qin Shi thought about it and agreed. Emotienga handed him the map of the demon city. This was drawn according to Feifei's description of the demon city. It should be accurate. Take a look. Qin Shi took a look and frowned. After a long time he said, it's too difficult for us to directly attack the demon city. The demon city on the map was densely packed with watchtowers. Feifei said each watchtower was guarded by at least a dozen demonic beasts, and there were almost no blind spots. The formation around the demon city was also extraordinary. Beast cultivators' Tao of formations was much inferior to human cultivators, so they didn't know where they got this formation. I have a feeling, Emotienga said, Bishuan Court might not be able to defend it. Qin Shi nodded slowly. Bishuang Court was too difficult to defend. Although it was built on a mountain and had a brilliant mountain protecting formation, it directly faced the sea and had a clear view. Plus, demonic mountain blocked the way, so it was difficult for reinforcements to arrive in time. Once they fell into a disadvantageous position, they could easily be wiped out. In a few days, I'll asking Jingyi to withdraw some disciples to Kunwu. In case something like this really happens, it'll be good to preserve Bishuang Court's orthodoxy. Low-level disciples didn't have much influence on the war situation, so it didn't matter if they left. Just then, there were hurried footsteps outside. Before the person arrived, they heard a voice. Master Auntie. Shui Limbo rushed in looking flustered. What's wrong? Qin Shi asked. Shui Limbo took a breath and said, Senior Marshal Sister Wu. Senior Marshal Sister Wu was taken away. Senior Marshal Sister Wu? Mo Tiange narrowed her eyes. Is it Wu Feishuang? Yes, Marshal Uncle Zhifei chased after them. Mo Tiange said calmly. Zhifei's strength is extraordinary, so it shouldn't be a problem. But, Shui Limbo said, they went to the demon city, and Marshal Uncle Zhifei can't catch up with that demonic beast. Mo Tiange was stunned and suddenly stood up. I'll go and have a look. Qin Shi nodded. Be careful. Mo Tiange responded, and immediately turned into a flight light, rushing to the sea. On the East Sea, demonic beasts and humans were fighting fiercely. Mo Tiange took a look and found the situation was good, so she didn't pay much attention to it. She spread her divine sense and found a core formation cultivator flying north, so she chased after him. With the speed of a nascent soul cultivator, she soon caught up with the person in front of her. Mo Tiange flew past him and called, Junior Marshal Brother Bai. Bai Yanfei stopped. When he saw her, he looked happy. Senior Marshal Sister Mo. For a moment, he forgot to call her Marshal Uncle. Mo Tiange didn't pay attention to him. She was the one who called him Junior Marshal Brother first. She said, Follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, the flight light wrapped around Bai Yanfei and flew away quickly. Before long, Mo Tiange saw a huge black bird flying north with a person in its mouth. She stopped, raised her hand, and a golden bolt of lightning flashed between her fingers, striking the bird. Boom! The bird was hit, shook its wings, and fell to the sea. Mo Tiange summoned the 10,000 miles lone boat without hesitation. The boat suddenly grew bigger and caught Wu Feishuang. Feishuang! Bai Yanfei shouted, broke free from Mo Tiange, and rushed to the 10,000 miles lone boat. Mo Tiange didn't care about them. She waved the heaven and earth fan and took the bird's corpse. Chapter 582. There was a huge gap between the 7th rank and the 8th rank. With the great heavenly thunder spell, the bird couldn't resist at all and turned into a corpse. After putting the demonic beast's corpse into her Qianquan ring, Mo Tiange turned to look at Bai Yanfei and Wu Feishuang. Feishuang, how are you? Wu Feishuang was covered in blood. There was a big claw mark on her chest, and one of her arms was torn off and nowhere to be found. Such an injury, if it was a mortal, would almost be waiting for death. Bai Yanfei was scared out of his wits and didn't know what to do. Mo Tiange landed on the canoe and said, Junior Marshal Brother Bai, let me do it. Bai Yanfei hastily stepped aside. Mo Tiange frowned as she looked at her chest that was almost pierced through. Nascent soul cultivators didn't care about physical injuries, but they were fatal for foundation-building cultivators. She took out a 9 transformations Yang restoration pill, without hesitation, and fed it to Wu Feishuang, then sealed her wounds with Azure Dragon's breath. This is the only way for now, she said. Her injuries are too serious. Let's go back and see if Guangzhu can do anything. If he can't, she didn't say anything. Bai Yanfei stared at the unconscious Wu Feishuang in a daze, unable to say anything. His heart was filled with both regret and hatred. Mo Tiange shook her sleeves, and the canoe sped towards Bishuang Court. How did you end up like this? She asked sternly. It was just a 7th-ranked demonic beast. You couldn't protect her? Bai Yanfei lowered his head and said bitterly, It was me. In order to help me block a blow, she activated the protective magic weapon Marshal Uncle Miaoyi gave her. But she angered that demonic beast. It probably wanted to lure me out, so it grabbed Fei Shuang. Seeing his self-reproach, Emotinga softened her tone and said faintly, "If you cared about her, you wouldn't need her to protect you." Bai Yinfei was sad and silent. The canoe sped through the waves and soon reached the seaside. The conflict was over, and the low-level cultivators were cleaning up the battlefield. The three of them got off the canoe. Bai Yinfei carried Wu Feishuang and ran like crazy. After entering the mountain gate and turning around the main hall, Bai Yinfei shouted, "Senior Marshal Brother Hanjian! Senior Marshal Brother Hanjian!" As soon as Kuang Zhu came out and saw Wu Feishuang in his bosom, he said, "Let's talk inside." Kuang Zhu carried Wu Feishuang into the side hall and placed her on the bed. He quickly examined her and nodded. "She can be saved." Emo Tiange heaved a sigh of relief. She had promised Senior Marshal's sister Miaoi that she would take care of Wu Feishuang. If Wu Feishuang died here, she would be ashamed to face Senior Marshal's sister Miaoi. Kuang Zhu turned around and took out a small bowl. Then, he took out various kinds of spirit herbs, medicinal powders, and medicinal liquids from the medicine cabinet next to him, and poured them into the small bowl. After that, he crushed them and turned them into ointment. "Marshal Uncle Qingwei." Kuang Zhu pointed at the azure dragon's breath on Wu Fei's wound. "Slowly withdraw this aura. I'll apply the ointment. Remember, you can only withdraw it slowly. If you withdraw it all at once, she won't be able to stop the bleeding, and it will be very dangerous." Emo Tinga nodded. Kuang Zhu didn't waste any more time. He pointed at Wu Feishuang's severed arm and said, "Here." Emo Tinga guided him. The azure dragon's breath surged, revealing the terrifying, bright red wound. Kuang Zhu moved his finger, and the ointment flew out of the bowl and spread on the wound. With tacit understanding, the two of them quickly applied the ointment on Wu Fei's severed arm followed by his chest. The wound on Wu Fei's chest was quite special. It was almost pierced through, and his internal organs were also injured. Kuang Zhu could only use his special cultivation technique to slowly repair the damaged organs. After a long time, Kuang Zhu heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his head and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He then said, "Her life is saved, but her cultivation level is greatly damaged. She'll probably need 10 to 20 years of recuperation to fully recover." Bai Yinfei felt relieved and muttered, "As long as she's alive, everything else doesn't matter. It's all thanks to Marshal Uncle Qingwei's panacea. If it weren't for the panacea protecting Junior Marshal's sister Wu's heart veins and dantian, I'm afraid she wouldn't have made it back." Bai Yinfei hastily turned around and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Marshal Uncle Qingwei." Emo Tiange shook her head. "No need to thank me. I promised Senior Marshal's sister Miaoi I'd take care of her." Kuang Zhu asked, "Marshal Uncle Qingwei, what panacea did you use? Its medicinal effect is really amazing. I don't think I've seen it before." "It's the 9 Revolutions Yang Restoration Pill." "So it's the 9 Revolutions Yang Restoration Pill," Kuang Zhu said. "No wonder it has this kind of effect." The 9 Revolutions Yang Restoration Pill was very precious even for nascent soul cultivators. With his cultivation level, he still couldn't come into contact with this kind of panacea. Before long, Qinshi came over. "How is it?" Emo Tiange pointed at Wu Feishuang, who was lying on the ground. "Her life is saved, but..." Qinshi glanced at her and clearly saw the injuries on her body. He then said, "It's fine as long as she's alive. In the nascent soul realm, all body injuries will be healed." Emo Tiange thought to herself, "Soul formation. Senior Marshal's sister Wu is still stuck in the core formation realm. I wonder how she'll react if she finds out she lost an arm." Just as she was thinking, Wu Feishuang's eyelids twitched and slowly opened. She first noticed Bai Yinfei in front of her, then her non-existent left arm. Unexpectedly, she only glanced at it and calmly accepted the reality. "Feishuang." Bai Yinfei was pleasantly surprised. You're awake." Wu Feishuang turned her head and stared at Bai Yinfei, not saying anything for a long time. "How are you? Do you feel unwell?" Wu Feishuang shook her head softly and said slowly, "I don't feel unwell. Please go back." Her tone was distant and cold. Bai Yinfei was stunned. He stammered. Feishuang, you're angry with me? Wu Feishuang turned her head and didn't look at him. Bai Yinfei said, I'm sorry but he couldn't go down. He didn't know how to apologize. Sorry, I shouldn't have ignored you? Or sorry, I didn't protect you well? Or sorry, I won't do this again in the future? He couldn't say these words out loud. He was touched when he saw her being taken away to save him. But, no need to apologize, Wu Feishuang said faintly. From now on, you don't need to apologize to me anymore. Bai Yinfei stared at her blankly. You. She took a deep breath, endured the sharp pain, and looked at her left side. There was nothing there. There wasn't an arm there. She said, don't misunderstand. I thought about it for a long time. I didn't do it in a moment of anger. Seeing Bai Yinfei's dumbfounded expression, Wu Feishuang smiled bitterly and said slowly, I promised Master to come to Eastern Sea to give myself one last chance. Unfortunately, I still lost. Junior Marshal brother, you never cared about me. When you married me, it was only because you were angry with Junior Marshal sister Jiang. Don't try to defend yourself. I'm not saying you like Junior Marshal sister Jiang, but you hate the feeling that others think you'll definitely marry Junior Marshal sister Jiang. Therefore, by marrying me, you have to surprise those people. She looked up at him and said, see, you've never loved me from beginning to end. There's no love between a man and a woman, and there's no love between husband and wife. Bai Yinfei was silent, unable to say anything. Wu Feishuang took a deep breath then continued. Because of you, I've been stuck in the foundation building realm for many years. Every time I wanted to enter closed-door meditation, I always thought that your matter was more important than others. Therefore, I delayed my closed-door meditation year after year. By the time you formed your gold core, I still couldn't find the time. Junior Marshal brother, it's not that I'm willing to waste my time on these chores. I'm also a proud disciple of a nascent soul Lord Taoist. And I was once a proud son of heaven. What you have I don't lack. As Master's last disciple, my aptitude is the highest among all my martial sisters and sisters. Not to mention forming my nascent soul, I've never had to worry about forming my gold core. I'm willing to handle chores for you every day, not because I like it but. Bai Yinfei stared at her in a daze. It seemed like he'd never thought she actually thought this way in her heart. But I've never been in your eyes. From the moment we got married, you turned a blind eye to me. I know you're still very childish. Although you're already more than 100 years old, your heart is still like a child's, so I was willing to wait for you to grow up. But later, I found out that even after you grew up, you still wouldn't love me. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath then continued with a calm tone. You're a good person, even if you're willful and arrogant. You're so nervous because I was injured because of you. Even if you start to treat me well, it's not because you have me in your heart, so I don't need you. Feishuang Bai Yinfei felt like he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Should he refute her? It seemed like what she said wasn't wrong. But, Junior Marshal brother, I've decided to end it. My love isn't that great. If I can't get anything in return, I can only end it. She stared at Bai Yinfei then smiled again, but there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Just think of it as me being selfish for leaving you at a time like this. You're a good person. I lost an arm for you, so you'll definitely remember me. Feishuang, when we return to Mount Taikong, I'll personally explain things to Marshal Uncle Jinyang and Master. She blinked away the tears in the corners of her eyes and said, maybe you'll have a very sad time, but it'll be over very soon. Bai Yinfei said in a daze. He didn't know what to say. He only felt that his temperament had been seen through, and all his thoughts were known by her. He never thought this senior marshal sister, Wu, was very important. Just like she said, he only married her because he was angry. In the past 100 years, he never cared about her. Even at this moment, he wasn't completely repentant. He was just sad that she was injured because of him. Love never existed, so there was no way to find it. He hated this feeling of being hit on the head by others. But this time, he was powerless to refute her, because she knew him too well. From now on, I'll work hard for my nascent soul. I'll be 200 years old soon. If I can't form my gold core before I'm 300 years old, I'll never be able to reach the nascent soul realm. I'm sorry, junior martial brother. I lost to you for more than 100 years, so please let me win just this once. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, let's go. She patted Bai Yinfei's shoulder. Let her recuperate first. Bai Yinfei was scared out of his wits. In the end, he turned around and left. He needed to think about what happened in the end, and what he should do next. It was only after Bai Yinfei left that Wu Feishuang turned around and watched his back slowly disappear. Mo Tiange looked at Wu Feishuang's expression and felt she didn't need to say anything, so she just sighed and comforted her. Recuperate well. Your arm might come back. Wu Feishuang's face was pale from the pain, but she could still show her a smile. Yes, thank you, Martial Uncle Qingwei. Mo Tiange waved her hand, then turned around and left. Chapter 583. When he returned to the sect head's main hall, she was sitting in a daze. Mo Tiange also sat down and asked, "Where's Bai Yinfei? Are you all right?" She regained his train of thought and said, "It can't get any worse. It won't just be depressed for a while. I reckon it'll turn into an inner demon." Oh, Mo Tiange looked pensive. Is this considered revenge? Junior brother Bai is quite pitiful. First he suffered a blow from you, then he encountered such a thing. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing for him. He has already been firmly trapped by his heart's devil. If he suffers another blow, he might be able to rise from the dead. I hope so. Mo Tiange didn't have much hope. With Bai Yinfei's temperament, he wouldn't change unless he really underwent a transformation. In the next few days, Bai Yinfei stayed in his room. They knew Bai Yinfei needed time, so they didn't disturb him and let Feifei train those cultivators in his place. In comparison, Wu Feishuang was in a good condition, although she couldn't repair her arm for the time being, and the injury wasn't something that could be healed in a day or two. She was in a good mood, and could even crack jokes occasionally. Mo Tiange thought in her heart, this senior martial sister Wu, I'm afraid she's really here for revenge. However, her revenge is very direct. She clearly said she wanted Bai Yinfei to never forget her. She didn't feel the slightest bit of sympathy for Bai Yinfei. This child really deserved it. Who told him to not take care of her for more than 100 years? Even if he didn't love her, he still had to treat her well. But what about him? Because of him, Wu Feishuang, an elite among elites, was stuck at the foundation establishment stage, even though she was almost 200 years old. No wonder senior sister Miaoi was so angry. However, this was also good. Previously, Bai Yinfei was already trapped by his inner demon, and now, he was even more thoroughly trapped. Maybe he really could come around and add another nascent soul lord Taoist to the sect. Even if he couldn't figure it out, Wu Feishuang would definitely be able to form her gold core after getting rid of this burden. With this thought in mind, Mo Tiange diligently went to see Wu Feishuang again. Martial Uncle Qingwei. Wu Feishuang was still lying on the bed. Her complexion wasn't as ugly as it was a few days ago. Mo Tiange nodded with a smile. How's the situation? Wu Feishuang replied. Senior brother Hanjian said that I don't need to fight anymore. I'll just lie here until we return to the sect. Mo Tiange nodded. You're seriously injured, so you naturally don't need to fight anymore. Yes, many thanks, Martial Uncle. The two of them didn't have much of a relationship, so they didn't say anything to each other. Mo Tiange thought for a moment, then asked straightforwardly, Martial nephew Wu, aren't you afraid martial nephew Zhifei will fall into a demonic barrier by doing this? Hearing this, Wu Feishuang smiled bitterly and said, I purposely wanted him to have his heart demon. Upon seeing the astonishment on Mo Tiange's face, she said, My master is Lord Taoist Miaoi. I'm not that easy to bully. Since he married me, he shouldn't treat me like this. My patience is limited. For the past few years, I've been thinking about how to leave him and teach him a lesson. Now I've finally found the opportunity. A strange expression appeared on Mo Tiange's face. Martial nephew Wu, if I didn't arrive in time that day, wouldn't you have lost your life? Don't tell me you're willing to bet your life for revenge? Wu Feishuang said faintly. I know Master entrusted me to the two martial uncles, so presumably they wouldn't let me die in an accident. Even if I really died, it wouldn't be a big deal. The path of cultivation is fraught with dangers. Since I've embarked on the path of immortality, I should be prepared to lose my life at any time. Emotienga was speechless for a long time before she sighed. You're really bold. She really underestimated this senior martial sister Wu before. No, it should be said that everyone underestimated her. Speaking of which, she was Lord Taoist Miaoi's disciple, so this kind of character wasn't strange. Although Lord Taoist Miaoi looked gentle and amiable, her heart was actually very sinister. She recalled what Luo Fengxue once told her about Lord Taoist Miaoi's past. If we're talking about scheming, among us seniors, there's no need to mention martial uncle Xinjiang. He's a crafty old fox. The other one is martial uncle Miaoi, Luo Fengxue said with fervor and assurance. Emotienga, who was only in the foundation building realm, was surprised. Martial uncle Miaoi? No way, right? She's very amiable. That's just on the surface. Luo Fengxue stepped forward and said, I'll tell you something, but you have to keep your mouth shut. Emotienga nodded hurriedly. Luo Fengxue's gossip was usually about the sect's secrets, so there was no one else she could listen to. Luo Fengxue asked, What do you think of martial uncle Miaoi's appearance? What's her temperament like? Emotienga answered, Although martial uncle Miaoi's appearance isn't devastatingly beautiful, it's picturesque, elegant and refined. As for her temperament, I've only seen her a few times, but I already feel she's quite amiable. She doesn't even get angry when her disciples do something wrong. You're right. Martial uncle Miaoi is beautiful, has a good temperament, and is also a nascent soul cultivator. Think about it. How many female cultivators are there among nascent soul cultivators? Many male nascent soul cultivators have core formation cultivators as their dual cultivation companions. How many people would fight over a nascent soul female cultivator, like martial uncle Miaoi? Emotienga nodded and said thoughtfully, You're right, but martial uncle Miaoi doesn't seem to have any peach blossoms. Of course. Martial uncle Miaoi killed all her peach blossoms. Emotienga asked curiously, What happened? I'll have to start from when martial uncle Miaoi was still a core formation cultivator. Luo Fengxue talked non-stop. When martial uncle Miaoi formed her gold core, she once discussed marriage with a male cultivator. That male cultivator was a core formation cultivator from Gujin sect. Reportedly, his aptitude was excellent, so he advanced to the core formation realm in about 100 years. If there were no mishaps, he would definitely be able to form his nascent soul in 300 years. Martial uncle Miaoi was also known as a genius, and the two of them were about the same age, so they were a perfect match. In other words, the two of them were a perfect match. Exactly. Back then, other people were envious of them. What happened later? Emotienga became even more curious. Later on, did they become Dao companions? Almost, Luo Fengxue said. The two of them had known each other for 100 years and had deep feelings for each other, so they planned to become Dao companions before they formed their nascent souls. At that time, they could rely on the power of dual cultivation to advance to the nascent soul realm. Just as they were about to finish preparing for their dual cultivation ceremony, martial uncle Miaoi suddenly came back and said she wanted to cancel the wedding. Luo Fengxue smiled. Do you know why? As it turns out, that male cultivator has an outstanding cultivation level, a handsome appearance, and a carefree and uninhibited temperament. So he attracted a lot of peach blossoms. Martial uncle Miaoi also knew about this, but she didn't know this male cultivator had an inseparable relationship with those peach blossoms and was secretly dating behind her back. Emotienga wrinkled her brows and said, That being the case, why did he still want to become Dao companions with martial uncle Miaoi? Wouldn't it be more carefree to wander around by himself? That's true, but where could he find a Dao companion like martial uncle Miaoi? She has outstanding aptitude, a beautiful appearance, a gentle temperament, and she also has Xianqing School as her backer. She has no shortcomings at all. Martial uncle Miaoi was kept in the dark? Luo Fengxue waved her hand. How could that be possible? Martial Uncle Miaoi is very smart. Besides, Martial Uncle Xinjiang and the others couldn't wait for Martial Uncle Miaoi to not get married. Their sect cultivated such an outstanding disciple. So if she marries into another cultivation group, they'll get half of her nascent soul in the future. In fact, Martial Uncle Miaoi already knew about that male cultivator's romantic affairs. She just pretended not to know, and even took the initiative to propose to become Dao companions. That male cultivator couldn't wait to report to his master and prepare for the dual cultivation ceremony. Then, Martial Uncle Miaoi secretly spied on him. Right when he was making love with a peach blossom in his cave, Martial Uncle Miaoi suddenly appeared. How could he dare to tell others about this kind of thing? So she broke into his cave. And then, Mo Tiange listened with great interest. Luo Fengxue continued. Then that male cultivator naturally wanted to clear his name, but Martial Uncle Miaoi didn't say she already knew. She pretended she just found out and left very sadly. When she came back, she said she wanted to cancel the wedding. That male cultivator naturally chased after her to explain, but Martial Uncle Miaoi closed the door and refused to see him, so he could only go back dejectedly. And then, Luo Fengxue couldn't hold back her smile anymore. Not long after that, Martial Uncle Xinjiang sent a message saying Martial Uncle Miaoi almost committed suicide. Mo Tiange asked, how did that person react? Naturally, it was too late for regrets. Martial Uncle Miaoi also asked someone to tell him that she would cut all ties with him in the future and focus only on the great Tao. In short, it made him feel that because of him, Martial Uncle Miaoi lost interest in living and deeply hated men. Although that person was a romantic, he sincerely loved Martial Uncle Miaoi, so he was filled with endless regret. Not long after that, Martial Uncle Miaoi formed her nascent soul earlier than him and became famous, so the regret in his heart evolved into an inner demon. Luo Fengxue vented her anger. At first, he only felt regret about canceling the wedding, but later, when he saw Martial Uncle Miaoi formed her nascent soul earlier than him, he kept thinking about forming his nascent soul. How could it be easy for someone to form their nascent soul with such an obsession? His inner demon became deeper and deeper. What happened to him later? Later? I haven't heard of him for a long time. He seems to still be in the core formation realm. Thinking about the past, Mo Tiange sighed inwardly. This pair of master and disciple, how trustworthy were their methods? It seemed very simple, but it directly targeted the other person's temperament. That male cultivator from Gujin sect had the possibility of forming his nascent soul at such a young age, so he must have been very proud of himself. In the end, he lost to Martial Uncle Miaoi. Moreover, Mo Tiange even betrayed her and almost caused her to lose her life. These two kinds of complicated emotions slowly evolved into inner demons. As for Wu Feishuang, she chose the right time to treat Bai Yinfei this way. Now because of her, Bai Yinfei's temperament changed greatly. He no longer had the confidence to form his nascent soul, yet she still played such a trick on him. It would be strange if Bai Yinfei didn't have an inner demon. However, these two men didn't have bad consciences. If they were truly heartless men, it would have been ineffective. Wu Feishuang lowered her gaze. After a long time, she once again said softly, I admittedly deliberately retaliated against him, but this was originally a flaw in his mental state. If he could break through his inner demon, he'd definitely be able to form his nascent soul, so I wouldn't feel sorry for him. Mo Tiange stared at her then suddenly asked, if Bai Yinfei really changed, would you forgive him? Wu Feishuang shook her head softly. I've never blamed him. He's just hasn't grown up yet. Mo Tiange was silent. Originally, she thought if Bai Yinfei chose Jiang Min, the two of them would have a higher chance of developing feelings for each other. But now, it seemed Wu Feishuang was the most suitable for him. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard Qin Shi's voice. Come here quickly. There's an important matter. Qin Shi went to patrol just now. Could it be that he discovered something? Mo Tiange hastily stood up, bid him farewell, and returned to the sect head's main hall. Chapter 584. When they returned to the main hall, Qin Shi said, "Get ready to go back." Mo Tiange was stunned. "What's wrong?" Qin Shi said, "I just patrolled and found that the beast cultivator's reinforcements have arrived." Ah. Mo Tiange was surprised. They actually came so fast. "I already told Han Jian and Tang Shen to gather the disciples of the two groups and board the flying boat." Mo Tiange said, "Bishuan court has 2,000 disciples. Ying Jingyi transferred some of them, so there are more than 1,000 now. Including the 300 disciples we brought, there should be about 1,600 in total, right? With so many people, the flying boat won't be enough." "It's okay," Qin Shi said. "We'll stay behind and guard the rear. If the flying boat can't carry them, we'll teleport them to the celestial pole through the transporting formation." He did some calculations and said, "We should be able to make it." Apart from this, there was no better way. Even if they reported it to the Immortal Alliance, it wouldn't be that fast, and the Immortal Alliance didn't have enough people now. Giving up on Bishuan Court and using Demonic Mountain as a danger zone was much easier to defend. Even if they attacked, Tiandao sect happened to be nearby, which was the base to resist the Devil Path, and nascent soul cultivators could be mobilized at any time. Qin Shi recorded the situation here in a jade talisman and sent a message to the Immortal Alliance. A few days ago, they just sent a message to Lord Daoist Jinyang, but before they got a reply, their speculation became reality. Then he ordered someone to call Bai Yanfei. After a long time, Bai Yanfei came. His eyes were lifeless and he looked sloppy. He saluted the two of them. "Greetings, martial uncles." Seeing his appearance, Qin Shi frowned. He loved cleanliness by nature and couldn't stand people who didn't care about their appearance. His voice became cold. "Zhifei, now that we're facing a major event, how can you be worthy of senior martial brother Jinyang's teachings?" Bai Yanfei still looked dispirited as he said, "With two martial uncles here, what am I?" "Nonsense." Qin Shi became even angrier. "Aren't you a genius with a single spiritual root? Can't you get up after a little setback? If that's the case, why are you still cultivating? Since you look down on yourself, this is none of your business. Get back to the flying boat and return to Xianqing school." Although Qin Shi was cold, he never criticized people harshly. This was the first time he said such harsh words. Being scolded like that, Bai Yanfei's face turned red and he lowered his head, unable to lift it. He had never been scolded like this before, not even by his master, Lord Daoist Jinyang. Now that he was being scolded, and the person being scolded was Qin Shi, the person he considered his mortal enemy, he felt even more embarrassed. "What are you waiting for? You have time, but I don't." Bai Yanfei bit his lip, then turned around and left. He even forgot to say goodbye. Mo Tiange sighed softly as she stared at his dispirited back. If he could not break out of the cocoon and be reborn, his rare single spiritual root could be considered to have died prematurely. Before long, Kuang Zhu and Tang Shen came to report that all the disciples had already assembled. Qin Shi gave the order. The flying boat immediately set sail, and the rest of the disciples began to teleport. As Mo Tiange walked inside Bishuan Court, she couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the richly carved railings and luxuriant flowers in front of her. The disciples could leave, the valuables could be moved, but these buildings were destined to be destroyed by the flames of war. Mo Yaoqing's painstaking efforts were going to be destroyed in the end. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw the Dao Achieving Pagoda in the distance shrink and descend. She was astonished. She shook her sleeves and flew in that direction. When she arrived at the original location of the Dao Achieving Pagoda, it was already empty. There was nothing there. She saw Tang Shen standing there with the miniature Dao Achieving Pagoda in his hand. "Elder Yi." Tang Shen hastily greeted her upon seeing her. Mo Tiange stared at the Dao Achieving Pagoda in his hand and asked curiously, "The Dao Achieving Pagoda can shrink?" Tang Shen nodded with a slightly flushed face. "The Dao Achieving Pagoda is a magic weapon, so it can shrink." "I see." Bishuan Court's storehouse was inside the Dao Achieving Pagoda. Since the Dao Achieving Pagoda could be taken away, Bishuan Court's losses wouldn't be that great. "Elder Yi." Tang Shen stared at her with a hesitant expression. What's the matter? Emotienga asked. Tang Shen said, we've discussed it. Since we can't protect Bishuan Court, we can only choose another sex encampment in Kunwu and rebuild Bishuan Court there. Emotienga nodded and said, you're right. We're in troubled times now, so the Immortal Alliance can't send people to take back the Eastern Sea for you. Besides, even if they did, it wouldn't be safe. There are no mortals in Linhai now, so it'd be better to rebuild Bishuan Court in Kunwu. Yes, but Tang Shen glanced at her. We don't have any connections in Kunwu, so it'll be very difficult for us to find a place with abundant spiritual aura to rebuild the sect. Therefore, I hope Elder Yi can help us. This isn't difficult, Emotienga said. That spiritual beast of mine is best at treasure hunting, so let it help you. If you choose a place with an owner, you can let it negotiate with you. Tang Shen hastily bowed. Thank you, Elder Yi. It's nothing. No need to thank me. ****** In the afternoon, they discovered that the number of 8th and 9th rank beast cultivators in Demon City had reached double digits, and among them, there were even 2 10th rank beast cultivators. With these beast cultivators gathered, they already had the ability to challenge Bishuan Court's Great Mountain Protecting Formation. Tang Shen and Emotienga's hearts were heavy, but Tang Shen sent them another message. They still needed one more day to safely send all the disciples to Kunwu. Maybe they'll attack us in a few days, Qinshi said. I hope so. Emotienga was very worried. However, it seemed God didn't hear their prayers. 2 hours later, all the demonic beasts in Demon City came out of their nests. Emotienga and Qinshi hastily retreated. With the Great Mountain Protecting Formation, they could still fight against dozens of beast cultivators. If they were surrounded like this, they'd be courting death. There were 10th rank beast cultivators inside. Their flight light streaked across the sky and flew into Bishuan Court. Emotienga waved the identity tablet in her hand. With a buzz, Bishuan Court's Great Mountain Protecting Formation was fully activated. A summoning talisman flew over. Qinshi took it and said, Tang Shen said we have to hold on for at least half a day before we can send everyone away. Emotienga nodded. When all the disciples were teleported, they'd destroy the transporting formation and escape by themselves. Without burdens, it would be very easy for nascent soul cultivators to escape. As they spoke, countless densely packed black spots appeared on the horizon, heading towards them. The black spots were getting closer and closer. They were actually demonic beasts. Emotienga's expression was solemn. For her, this was a test of the formation. The demonic beasts arrived in a few breaths' time. The ones in the lead were 2nd to 4th ranked demonic beasts. With a buzz, these demonic beasts touched the edge of the Great Mountain Protecting Formation and were immediately swallowed by the emerging fog. Not even their bones were spat out. Then came the 5th to 7th ranked demonic beasts. Their attacks finally reached the formation. But under their attacks, the Great Formation didn't budge in the slightest. Finally, the 8th rank and above beast cultivators arrived. Most of them showed their true forms and flew towards Bishuan Court while surrounding 2 men and 1 woman. When Emotienga saw the beast cultivator in the center, she was stunned and astonished. Senior Marshal Brother. After a long time, she finally found her voice. I've seen a person who looks exactly like that beast cultivator. Qinshi followed the direction of her finger. It was a young man in his early 20s. His cultivation level was in the 8th rank, and he was dressed in black. His face was like the autumn moon, and his whole body emitted a strange demonic aura. He looked dangerous and handsome. He was surrounded by 2 10th rank beast cultivators, standing on his left and right respectfully. Emotienga looked very shocked. Obviously, she didn't know this person's identity. Qinshi asked, where did you see him? Emotienga calmed down and said, in Yunzhong. Yunzhong? Yes. When I saw him, I thought he was a devil cultivator. The young man's gaze fell on her like lightning. He suddenly laughed and said, Miss Qin, I didn't expect to meet you again in this kind of situation. It turns out you're a cultivator from the celestial pole. Emotienga said faintly, I also didn't expect you to be a beast cultivator. The young man raised his hand and bowed politely. I had no choice back then. I hope Miss Qin can forgive me. Mo Tiange took a deep breath and said, Fellow Taoist Xianyue, you're too polite. This young man was Devil Monarch Xianyue, who she met in Yunzhong's heavenly snow city. Since he was a beast cultivator, he should be called Devil Monarch Xianyue. Devil Monarch Xuanyue's gaze fell on Qin Shi and he asked with a smile, Fellow Taoist, you are? Mo Tiange said, This is my husband Qin Shoujing. Devil Monarch Xianyue was surprised. He looked Qin Shi up and down and said, So you're not Miss Qin. You should be Madam Qin. As soon as he heard Qin Shi's surname, he knew Qin Wei was a pseudonym. Mo Tiange smiled faintly and said, It doesn't matter whether I'm Miss Qin or Madam Qin. I didn't expect to meet you again with a sword and a knife. Devil Monarch Xianyue was still smiling and said, I also think it's unbelievable. It's really a pity. But there was no pity on his face. This Devil Monarch Xianyue was a bit like Jingxingji, peach blossoms when there was nothing to do, but a smiling tiger when there was something to do. Mo Tiange raised the corner of her mouth and asked, Fellow Taoist Xianyue, how should I address you? What's your identity? Devil Monarch Xianyue said, No one knows my name. Miss Qin, you can still call me Xianyue. I'm from the Qilin clan. I'm ranked second in my family. My father is the South Sea Sovereign. South Sea Sovereign? It sounded like the king of beast cultivators in the South Sea. So this Devil Monarch Xianyue was the second prince of the South Sea? She really didn't know what he did in Yunzhong, when he pretended to be a devil cultivator. So you're Prince Xianyue? Mo Tiange glanced at the beast cultivators and suddenly smiled. Prince Xianyue, are you planning to exchange the lives of these beast cultivators for Bishuan court? Devil Monarch Xianyue didn't answer. He just smiled and said, Miss Qin, although your great formation is mysterious, it can't stop us. We only want the Eastern Sea. Why don't you just give it to us? Mo Tiange shook her head. Prince, are you sure you only want the Eastern Sea? She looked at Devil Monarch Xianyue and smiled. I'm afraid you still want Kunwu after you have the Eastern Sea, right? Devil Monarch Xianyue paused for a moment and smiled. It seems we're destined to fight this battle. Mo Tiange didn't bother to talk nonsense and only said one word. Please. Devil Monarch Xianyue stopped smiling and ordered faintly, Go. Yes, second prince. The beast cultivators answered. Except for the 2 10th-rank beast cultivators. All of them rushed towards the great mountain protecting formation. Chapter 585. Attacking forcefully was the stupidest way to break a formation, but it was also the most effective. Any formation had a tolerance limit. When the power of the attack exceeded its tolerance limit, it would collapse and cease to exist. Therefore, formations were also affected by realms. An aura refining formation couldn't kill a foundation building cultivator, and a core formation couldn't do anything to a nascent soul cultivator. Generally speaking, each cultivation group's great mountain protecting formations were formations above the nascent soul realm, but they couldn't compare to deification cultivators. Therefore, with so many beast cultivators above the 8th rank gathered, they could definitely break it by force. Of course, the process of breaking it wasn't that easy. Now, Black Moon Monster Sovereign and her group were planning to use this stupid method to break the formation. For beast cultivators, even if they were in the 8th rank, and their spiritual intelligence wasn't inferior to that of humans, their talent in miscellaneous studies was still inferior to humans. Using skills to break a formation wasn't as straightforward as using force. 10 8th rank beast cultivators formed a simple formation, and each took out a magic weapon refined from their body. Spiritual aura burst out, and turned into a multicolored flying sword which pierced towards the heaven and earth inverted formation. The tip of the sword, which carried a threatening killing intent, heavily hit the heaven and earth inverted formation with a sharp whistling sound, causing the whole Bishuan court to shake. At the transporting formation, Tang Shen's expression became even more solemn. He shoved the Tao-achieving pagoda into Ingeni's hand and said, You go first. Ingeni refused in a panic. Disciple doesn't dare. Only the head elder is qualified to hold the Tao Achieving Pagoda. Tang Shen said solemnly. We're in a critical period. For the sake of the sex continuity, I'm giving the Tao Achieving Pagoda to you. You don't need to refuse. Ingenie still shook her head. It's the same if Elder Tang takes the Tao Achieving Pagoda and leaves first. Besides, Elder Tang is more suitable than me to restore the sex orthodoxy. Tang Shen said. The head elder has the responsibility to protect the disciples, so I must stay here. I'm telling you to go, so go. He then pushed the Tao Achieving Pagoda into her hand. Right after the 3 disciples left, Ingenie stood on the transporting formation with tears in her eyes. Elder Tang. Tang Shen ignored her and bowed towards Feifei, who was leaning lazily against the wall. Senior Marshal Brother, after we arrive in Kunwu, please take care of me. Feifei blinked and nodded. Seeing the teleportation array light up and Ingenie vanish, Tang Shen turned around and looked in the direction of the mountain gate in silence. There were 2 teams of 10 8th Order Demon Cultivators, and 1 team of 6 9th Order Demon Cultivators. The 3 teams of Demon Cultivators took turns to attack the Heaven and Earth Inversion formation, and finally made a hole in the defensive barrier. Upon seeing this, Black Moon Demon Sovereign's face lit up. He cast a glance at the expressionless Mo Tiange, and Qin, she then waved his hand. Enter the formation. A sneer appeared on Mo Tiange's face when she saw more than 20 beast cultivators entering the Heaven and Earth Inverted formation. A small flag appeared in her hand out of thin air, and she waved it lightly. Rumbling sounds could be heard from within the formation, as if the sky was collapsing. Black Moon Demon Lord's expression changed slightly. He turned to the 2 level 10 demon cultivators beside him and said, Elders, this. Of the 2 10th ranked demon cultivators, the one with a pale face and no beard waved his hand and said, Don't worry, Second Prince. We won't be completely annihilated. Qin Shi glanced at him with the 3 young real fire in his hand and said in a low voice, Let me enter the formation and kill them. Mo Tiange pondered for a while, then took out a jade talisman and gave it to him. With this talisman, the formation won't attack you. Don't fight them head on. Just kill them with the help of the formation. Qin Shi chuckled. I know. You don't need to give me instructions like a disciple. Mo Tiange was stunned and felt embarrassed. These days, when commanding disciples and controlling the formation, she habitually gave instructions like this and that, so she just said this sentence casually. Open the formation and let me in, he said. Mo Tiange waved the formation flag, and a small hole about 3 feet wide appeared where they stood. Dark clouds rolled inside. Qin Shi shrank his body and jumped down. After entering the formation, Qin Shi rode the wind. He was surrounded by rolling dark clouds, and not far away, lightning flashed incessantly. He had a jade talisman on his waist, so neither the dark clouds nor the lightning bothered him, as if he didn't exist. The dark clouds blocked his line of sight, so he couldn't see anything. He waved his sleeve, brushed away the dark clouds and descended. After jumping down from the dark clouds, he naturally looked down, but he was shocked. It wasn't the ground below, but the sky. There was a sun hanging in the deep blue sky. Did I go in the opposite direction? With this in mind, he prepared to turn around, but only halfway through, he turned back. No, it was indeed below. Above there were several mottled pieces of land between the dark clouds. Plains, lusts, mountains, and oceans. The Heaven and Earth Inverted formation, so that's what it is. Qin Shi seemed to understand. Since Heaven and Earth were inverted, Yin and Yang were probably also inverted. Those beast cultivators wanted to break the formation, but at least 10 of them died. As he thought about this, he saw a group of beast cultivators entering the formation. 26 beast cultivators, 3 9th-ranked beast cultivators at the front and back, and 20 in the middle, divided into 4 teams, formed a shuttle formation, and flew slowly and cautiously. Qin Shi held the jade talisman in his hand, quietly turned into a dark cloud, and slowly drifted towards this team. In normal times, no matter what he turned into, he would more or less reveal some flaws in front of these 8th and 9th rank beast cultivators. However, they were inside the Heaven and Earth Inverted formation. Mo Tiange presided over the formation, and he had a jade talisman in his hand. After turning into a dark cloud and merging with the formation, it was impossible for him to reveal his identity. After flying for a while, the beast cultivator in the middle stopped, turned around and said, "Two in a team, spread out and look around for strange things that might be the eye of the formation." "Yes," the beast cultivators answered. The beast cultivator in the lead said again, "Remember, if there's an accident, immediately activate the spirit chain." Yes. The beast cultivators spread out in a team of two and went in different directions. She chose a pair of early-stage nascent soul beasts and followed them quietly. After flying for a while, a wretched-looking black man said, "Human formations are really amazing. The things here look real. How can we know what's strange if we keep searching?" "Yes," another youth with a short stature said, "Human things are so strange. How can we recognize them?" The two beasts flew in silence for a while. The black man said again, "In my opinion, we're doing fine in Shimi-Si. Why do we have to attack humans? Humans have a lot of treasures, but our Shimi-Si is full of treasures. We don't need them." "Who knows?" the short youth said. "Who dares to disobey the sovereign's order? Besides, the leader this time is the second prince. The second prince is very interested in human things. I heard he even traveled to human territory 100 years ago. I really don't understand. There's probably some mystery. Chilans have noble bloodlines and are naturally more intelligent than us. The second prince is also the smartest among all the princes. Maybe he'll inherit the throne in the future." The youth smiled and said, "Brother Philong came with the second prince because of this?" The black man chuckled. "If it weren't for this, who would be willing to do this hard job? Brother Jelly, aren't you?" The youth chuckled and didn't defend himself, which showed that it was indeed the case. Qin Shi, who was listening from behind, pondered in his heart. Was Shimi-Si referring to the South Sea? The South Sea sovereign's clan seemed to be fighting for the throne. "Brother Philong, why can't I see clearly?" the short youth muttered. That's right. The two demons turned around, only to see dark clouds rising around them, covering the surrounding scenery. "Not good," the youth shouted. "The formation might be activated." As soon as he said that, he and the black man were about to disperse the dark clouds. But lightning suddenly burst out from the dark clouds and covered the two beasts. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rang out incessantly. Qin Shi hid in the dark clouds. Seeing that the two beasts couldn't resist the lightning, he instantly transformed into his human form. The three-young real fire sword flew out of his sleeve, silently but flexibly circling them, and the heads of the beasts trapped by the lightning were easily cut off. After they died, the two beasts returned to their original forms. The black man was originally a sea centipede, but he was now called a flying dragon. The short youth was a fat and short loach. He put the two beasts' corpses back into his interspatial ring and heard the sound of fleeing not far away. The movement of the heavenly thunder formation just now was too big. 80% of the scattered beast cultivators heard it and were rushing over. Qin Shi didn't panic at all. He still turned into a dark cloud and drifted away slowly. Colorful streaks of light quickly flew over, and the two ninth-tier beast cultivators were the first to arrive. They scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, but did not find anything suspicious. "Isn't it here?" one of the beasts muttered. The other beast shook his head. "I did feel the fluctuation of magic here. It was here just now." The other beasts flew over one after another. A ninth-rank beast cultivator counted and said with a solemn expression, "Two are missing." Another ninth-rank demonic cultivator swept the surroundings with a sharp gaze. "It seems that they were killed here." The two beast cultivators looked at each other, and one of them said, "We can't split up anymore." The other beast nodded. "Let's look for them together." Then he said loudly, "This formation is strange. From now on, don't split up. Line up." The ninth-rank beast cultivators still lined up in a shuttle formation in the front and the back. Qin Shi sighed regretfully. With so many beast cultivators together, it was hard for him to break them one by one with the help of the formation. When could the formation be activated? Just as he was thinking about this, the surroundings suddenly darkened. The beast cultivators were shocked. They looked up and saw that the sea began to roar on the ground above. In the sky below, the red sun was dim, and the sun was covered by dark clouds. In an instant, there were many things in the surroundings. There were sparkling and translucent hexagonal ice crystals, floating sparks, intertwining vines, and fluttering sand. When the wind blew on his face, it hurt a lot. As soon as these beast cultivators put on a defensive posture, these things smashed down on them. The ice crystals turned into knives, the sparks turned into lotuses, the wooden vines turned into thorns, and the sand fell like rain. The sea above their heads dropped huge waves and surged over aggressively. The sky under their feet was filled with lightning, turning into a world full of killing intent. In addition to external troubles, there were also internal troubles. The beast cultivators were about to cast spells, but they found that the spiritual aura rules here had been changed. Yin and Yang were reversed, and the 5 elements were disordered. The power of their spells was greatly reduced when they were cast forcibly. In the chaos, Qinshi quietly hid in the cloud and floated toward these beast cultivators. Inside the cloud, a trace of imperceptible sword light appeared. Chapter 586. Black Moon Monster Master stared at Emotienga. Every time she waved the formation flag, a loud noise came from the formation. This made him extremely nervous. He had traveled among cultivators, so he knew how skilled humans were at formations. If the people he brought with him wanted to break through this formation, they would have to pay a heavy price. However, he didn't know how heavy the price would be. Suddenly, the yellow-robed 10th-rank beast cultivator frowned and whispered, "Not good." "Elder Dai," Black Moon Monster Master asked. "What's the problem?" The yellow-robed girl didn't answer. Instead, she looked at the other 10th-rank beast cultivator. This middle-aged beast cultivator had a pale face and no beard, looking very elegant. He said with a solemn expression, "The situation isn't good. We have to go in and help." The yellow-robed girl nodded and said to Black Moon Monster Master, "Second Prince, stay here and help. We'll go in and break the formation." "Elders," Black Moon Monster Master said nervously, "isn't it too risky for you to go in?" Some of the beast cultivators he brought were his followers, and some were prepared to be cannon fodder, because they were dissatisfied with him. It wouldn't be a pity even if all of them died. There were many 8th-rank beast cultivators in Shimisi. However, the 2 elders beside him were his biggest helpers. If they died here, he wouldn't be able to become the monarch. The yellow-robed girl stared at him and said coldly, "Second Prince, if you're so timid, how can you rule Shimisi? Since you want to make a great contribution, you have to take risks. We're all willing to risk our lives. What are you afraid of?" Black Moon Monster Master listened obediently and lowered his head. "Then I'll have to trouble you, elders." The yellow-robed girl didn't say anything else. She swung her sleeve and turned into a giant yellow butterfly, flying into the formation. The other middle-aged beast cultivator smiled at him and said, "That's Dai's nature. Second Prince, don't mind her." Black Moon Monster Master said solemnly, "Elder Dai's words are reasonable. I should listen." The middle-aged beast cultivator nodded slowly, satisfied with his teaching. "Second Prince, you must be careful here. If we're in trouble, run away." Black Moon Monster Master shook his head. "I brought you here, so I'll go back with you. If you die here, I'll definitely accompany you." "Second Prince, you can't say that," the middle-aged beast cultivator said. "As a monarch, you must have the spirit of a monarch. No matter how high our cultivation levels are, we're still subordinates. A monarch can die for his country or his position, but not a demon. No matter how important a demon is, it's not as important as the entire Shimisi." Black Moon Demon Lord bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your guidance, Elder Jing. I will keep it in mind." The middle-aged beast cultivator nodded with a smile. Black Moon Cultivator said, "I'll go." The middle-aged demonic cultivator's body shook, and he transformed into a gigantic killer whale, passed through the hole, and entered the formation. Black Moon Demon Lord frowned and stared at the entrance of the cave. The monster master blackened. "Shanxi Demon, said. Demon monster cultivators said. Was sea monster was T. Although the Shumisi was large, there weren't many ranked 10 Yao cultivators. Besides the secluded ones, only a few Yao cultivators had a clear stance. As the second prince, Black Moon Monster Master wasn't the heir to the throne. He was talented, smart, and quick-witted, so the elders supported him. Die and Jing, who were 10th rank elders, and were very important to the monarch. If they died here, not only would his power be greatly reduced, but the monarch would also blame him. What was worse was that he and the first prince were enemies. If he lost the protection of the two elders, he would be eliminated by his eldest brother. He looked up at Emotienga, who was presiding over the formation. When he met Emotienga, he thought she had some secrets and had a suspicious background. He didn't expect to see her like this. At that time, she was in the middle stage of the core formation realm, and he was already in the 7th rank. In more than 100 years, he advanced from the 7th rank to the 8th rank, but she advanced from the middle stage of the core formation realm to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Although it was more difficult for demonic beasts to advance, he was a descendant of a Qilin and had a noble bloodline. He could transform soon after he was born, so he was different from ordinary beast cultivators. After a while, he shook his head and threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. His subordinates were fighting to the death for him. How could he boost others' morale and diminish his own prestige? She was just a human female cultivator, while he was a descendant of a Qilin and the second prince of the Shumisi. This was only a hurdle for him to ascend to the throne. What was there to worry about? The two elders were right. As a monarch, he must have the spirit of a monarch. If he was so timid, how could he achieve great things? His gaze gradually became firm. He looked at Emotienga and said with a smile, Miss Qin, as far as I know, your immortal alliance probably can't spare people to support you. How can you resist the army of the South Sea with just the two of you? Why don't you surrender now? Since we're acquaintances, I'll let you go. Before Emotienga could say anything, a voice came from behind her. Who said it's just the two of them? Black Moon Monster Master was stunned and looked behind Emotienga. Feng Ning, dressed in white, fluttered over like a lotus. She raised her voice and said, You don't have to sow discord. We're cultivators of the celestial pole. So how can you sow discord with just a few words? Black Moon Monster Master's eyes lit up as he stared at her. This young lady, he loved beauty by nature. As long as it was beautiful, he loved it. Compared to Emotienga, Feng Ning was more elegant and beautiful. Feng Ning glanced at him with a faint smile and said, Sir, your subordinates are still risking their lives in the formation. Black Moon Monster Master was hit in the head. He thought, sure enough, female human cultivators are much more difficult to deal with than monster cultivators. Before he could finish his words, he was already speechless. Now he was no longer in the mood to love beauty. Feng Ning glanced at him and whispered to Emotienga, You're really bold. You only have 2 people, but you dare to fight to the death with just the Great Mountain Protecting Formation. Emotienga smiled and cast a sidelong glance at her. Miss Feng, you really came at the right time. She emphasized the word right time, obviously sarcastic. Feng Ning looked angry and said, You better know what's good for you. A disaster is coming. It's good enough that I didn't abandon you and run away. Emotienga continued to smile. I didn't say anything. Although she didn't say anything, everyone knew what she meant. Feng Ning wanted to quarrel with her, but on second thought, she realized she couldn't win. So she simply ignored her words and said sullenly, Are we just going to wait like this? Emotienga said, Miss Feng, you can enter the formation and fight. They have 2 10th rank monster cultivators, so I'm afraid my senior martial brother is alone. Feng Ning rolled her eyes. I'm only in the 8th rank, a early stage of the nascent soul realm. How can I compete with 10th rank monster cultivators? She almost thought she was a monster cultivator. Emotienga said, Who told you to fight them with real strength? Inside the formation, you won't be affected, but they have to bear the power of the formation. As long as you're not stupid enough to show your true form and start a massacre, it'll be hard for you to die before the formation breaks. Feng Ning looked at her suspiciously. Really? Why would I lie to you? My senior martial brother is still inside. Do you think I won't care about his life? Feng Ning thought she was right, so she twisted her belt and muttered. Who told you to not have any credibility? Emo Tiange glanced at her, took out a jade talisman and asked, Are you going in or not? Go in. Feng Ning cast a sidelong glance at her and said, I can't let you go back to Kunwu and brag about how you repelled dozens of monster cultivators from the South Sea. Emo Tiange was amused. Not to mention the two of them, Feng Ning, and the Great Mountain Protecting Formation, could repel dozens of monster cultivators above the 8th rank. She was clear-headed. Feng Ning waved her belt and jumped into the formation without saying a word. Emo Tiange let out an ah and instinctively reached out to catch her, but she didn't. Feng Ning had already jumped in. Emo Tiange stopped and held the jade talisman in her hand in annoyance. How can you just go in like this? How can the formation recognize you? Feng Ning, who was inside the formation, couldn't hear what she said. At that moment, she pushed away the dark clouds and looked at the world where heaven and earth were overturned, and the 5 elements were murderous. She was very excited. This Emo Qingwei is quite capable after all. She muttered. It wasn't good to preside over such a large formation without knowing anything about it. The chaos of the 5 elements, the exchange of yin and yang, and the overturning of heaven and earth already involved the rules of spiritual aura of heaven and earth. Not only must she have considerable attainments in formations, but she must also have a good cultivation level. She had to be at least in the nascent soul realm to understand the rules of spiritual aura. Miss Feng, a voice came into her ears. Emo Tiange was using her divine sense to contact her. Feng Ning wandered with the wind and answered casually, What's wrong? Why are you running so fast? What's the difference between you and those monster cultivators if you go in like this? Feng Ning was stunned. What do you mean? Emo Tiange used her divine sense to transmit her voice into the formation. The formation won't regard you as an enemy, because you have a token. Don't blame me if you get destroyed like this without anything. Feng Ning understood and was very anxious. Don't blame me? You let me in. Just because you said so I'll go in. I just took out my token to give you. Then why didn't you give it to me earlier? You didn't wait for me either. The two of them were angry. They both thought it was the other's fault, and were so angry that they didn't speak. Suddenly, there was an explosion of thunder in the distance. Feng Ning looked in that direction, and saw icicles and sparks flying in the air. Lightning and sand danced wildly, sweeping towards her. Emo Qingwei. She couldn't help but shout. Emo Tiange had already discovered it. She hurriedly waved the formation flag, and a dark cloud turned into a giant hand, blocking it. When the surroundings calmed down, she said, I'll let the formation avoid you, but you have to be careful. Just kill the lone ones. Don't get close to them. Got it? Feng Ning replied snappily after falling into such a sorry state. Right after she said that, an 8th-rank monster cultivator in front of her was swept over by the sandstorm. Feng Ning's eyes lit up, and she went to meet it. Qin she showed himself. The red sword light in front of him was vast and mighty, spreading into a red ocean, and sweeping towards the beast cultivators in the gale. When the sword light touched the monster cultivator, a yellow figure suddenly appeared on the opposite side. It flashed in the air, and yellow powder and wine flew towards the sword light. Seeing that the sword light was blocked, Qin Shi uttered an ha, and fixed his eyes on it. He saw that the giant yellow butterfly in the air had turned into a girl in yellow, standing in the air with a cold and arrogant face. On the other side, a huge killer whale swam over slowly, stopped beside the girl in yellow, and stared at Qin Shi with its huge eyes. "Yay, keep him busy." The girl in yellow nodded, waved her belt, and turned back into her original form, flying towards Qin Shi. Chapter 587. Qin Shi didn't know what kind of species this giant yellow butterfly was, nor did he know its innate magic weapon, but since it blocked his sword light with yellow powder, it must be one of its killer moves. At this moment, he had already thought of a countermeasure. With a wave of his hand, The sword light flew back into his sleeve. When the giant yellow butterfly flew over, he had already disappeared. Jie stopped, her mouth opening and closing as she asked Jinghu, "What's going on?" Jinghu also didn't know, but another beast cultivator shouted, "Elder Dai, this person can use the power of the formation at will." The two antennae on Jie's head swayed and sprinkled yellow powder. This powder surrounded the team, forming a protective layer. After doing this, it flashed back to the team and changed back to its human form. It said, "Elder Jing, defense isn't my strong point. I'll have to trouble you." Jinghu waved his huge whale tail and said, "Don't worry." The blowhole on its head suddenly sprayed out a monstrous water column, which turned into water droplets floating in the air. These water droplets temporarily isolated the surrounding ice spikes and sparks, giving the beast cultivators space to rest. Moreover, as soon as Qin came out, these water droplets would warn him, "Greetings, elders." Once they were free, the beast cultivators saluted respectfully. No need to be so polite. Jinghu opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, glanced at them, and said in a heavy voice, "Where are the other demons?" A 9th-ranked demon cultivator stepped out and said with a trembling voice, "Elder Jing, 6 of them are confirmed to have perished, and 3 of them are missing." Jie frowned and said coldly, 26 beast cultivators entered the formation, and now only 17 are left. You're really something." Although she didn't curse, her displeasure was clearly conveyed, and the beast cultivators were even more fearful. Beast cultivators paid more attention to seniority than human cultivators, and there was a huge difference between 9th rank and 10th rank. 8th rank beast cultivators were everywhere in the South Sea, and 9th rank beast cultivators weren't too rare. But 10th rank beast cultivators were rare. Jinghu said, "This formation is indeed something. We can't blame them." Jinghu's understanding made these 8th and 9th rank beast cultivators feel grateful. One of the 9th rank beast cultivators mustered up his courage and reported, "Elder Jing, we've searched but there's nothing special about the array. Please guide us, Elder Jing." "Really?" Jinghu said, "The attainments of human cultivators and formations are much higher than us Yao cultivators. The so-called special objects don't necessarily have to be incompatible with the surrounding environment, but rather, they have to be objects with special energy." "Yes," the 9th stage demon cultivator replied respectfully. "Please advise me, Elder Jing." Jinghu knew that without a certain level of attainment in array formations, it would be difficult to find the eye of the array. Therefore, he did not blame these demon cultivators too harshly. It swung its tail and looked up at the world. The attainments of human cultivators and formations were beyond their imagination. Their mountain guarding formation could almost create a small world, which had its own rules of heaven and earth, and its own circulation of spiritual qi. If they only treated it as an illusion, they would die miserably. Jinghu scanned the world one by one. The land above him had mountains, plains, deserts, and oceans. Except for the fact that there were no living creatures, it was almost a perfect world. The sky beneath his feet was vast and boundless, as if there was only the sun. The sun. Jinghu's eyes lit up, and an extremely fine stream of water sprayed out from the blowhole, pouring towards the sun. When it got close to the sun, the stream of water quickly dried up and disappeared into the air. This seemingly useless action caused Jinghu's eyes to light up. It could confirm that as soon as the stream of water approached, the sun would suddenly emit even more intense heat. This kind of autonomous behavior was one of the characteristics of the eye of the array. It shouted, "Attack the sun!" Yes, the Yao cultivators responded in unison, each taking out a magic treasure refined from a certain part of their body and attacking the sun beneath their feet. Jinghu was its sharp teeth, while Dai Yi was its wings. The 2 10th stage demon cultivators attacked at the same time, one white and one yellow. 2 sharp auras shot towards the sun. At this time, a figure in a white and blue robe silently appeared behind them. A red sword ray slid out from his sleeve. It was extremely thin, avoiding the dense water droplets, and slowly swam in. The Yao cultivators attacking the sun didn't notice that Jinghu's strength was at the top of the Yao cultivators, so they didn't expect to be able to avoid the water droplet barrier he created. The red sword ray slowly penetrated the barrier and touched the bottom. All of a sudden, the red light soared, revealing a murderous aura. The sword ray instantly crushed the water droplet barrier around it, creating a passage several feet long. The Yao cultivators reacted, and Dai sprinkled a layer of powder again, temporarily blocking the sword ray. However, under the chain reaction, the water droplet barrier collapsed one after another. In just a few seconds, it was completely shattered, and the water droplets were swept away by the gale without a trace. The ice sparks, yellow sand, and gale that were blocked outside just now swept over again. In a hurry, many 8th-stage demon cultivators didn't have time to defend, and were hit in certain parts of their body. Dai was furious, and was about to change her target, but Qin Shi's figure flashed and disappeared again. Dai, Jinghu advised. We can't do anything to him in the Great Formation, so we can only guard against him. You take them to attack the eye of the formation, and I'll guard against him. He had to defend against both the formation's own attacks and Qin Shi's sneak attacks from time to time, so he had to concentrate all his attention. He couldn't just use a barrier like just now. Qin Shi didn't disappoint him. He appeared from time to harass Jinghu and restrain him. After another round of harassment, Qin Shi concealed his figure and said through his divine sense, Tienga, how much longer can you hold on? Any formation was formed by the energy provided by spirit stones, and spirit stones had a limit. Mo Tienga calculated that if the heaven and earth inverted formation was activated to the extreme, it might be able to kill most of the Yao cultivators inside. However, the 2 10th rank Yao cultivators must have some life-saving secret technique, so they might not be able to kill them. After the thunderous strike, the heaven and earth inverted formation would overdraw its energy and wouldn't have enough time to exchange for spirit stones, resulting in it being scrapped. At that time, they would be able to protect themselves against 2 10th rank Yao cultivators and 1 8th rank Yao cultivator, but they wouldn't be able to protect the low-level cultivators who hadn't finished being transported. Therefore, they planned to reduce the formation's power in exchange for time. In this case, they had to share the formation's power. The formation would trap them and cause a certain amount of trouble, but it wouldn't be enough to kill them. The task of killing them fell on Qin Shi and Feng Ning, who were inside the formation. However, Feng Ning entered the formation without bringing her jade talisman, so she could only wander around the periphery. Therefore, Qin Shi was the only real helper. It was impossible for Qin Shi to confront them head-on. Even with the help of the formation, there was no way he could fight against a team of 2 10th rank Yao cultivators by himself. Therefore, he could only harass them from the side to buy time. Mo Tienga calculated again and said, as long as they don't break the formation's eye in one go, they should be able to hold on for 20 hours. 20 hours? Qin Shi heaved a sigh of relief. That's enough. It was impossible for them to break the formation's eye, because the sun wasn't the formation's eye, but Mo Tienga deliberately disguised it. The real formation's eye was on the continent above their heads, right in front of them, the roaring sea. The Yao cultivators never expected the formation's eye would be so big. Seeing these Yao cultivators madly attacking the sun, Qin Shi appeared again. The 3 Yang real fire sword shone brightly, and he suddenly attacked. Jinghu was already very careful, but he still didn't expect that Qin Shi, who had always been harassing him, would attack with his full strength. This sword strike directly shattered the defensive barrier he laid again, and even hit his body. The vermilion bird's flames overbearingly burned his whole body black. This time, it was Jinghu who was furious, but in the next moment, Qin Shi once again disappeared without a sound. As time passed, Mo Tienga became more and more relaxed, but Xianyue Monster Master's face outside the mountain gate became more and more gloomy. Listening to the movements inside the great formation, he almost couldn't help but want to call his subordinates back, but he restrained this impulse. He knew that if they continued to fight, they still had a chance to win. If he called them back now, the subordinates who had died in battle would be lost in vain. He also knew that if they persisted, he would definitely win. Because the Celestial Pole's Immortal Alliance couldn't send reinforcements. Could they defend for one day, or a year with just the few of them? Besides, what reason did they have to keep defending? However, he hoped that the price could be small. At least, the two elders couldn't be harmed. Inside the Great Formation, the light of the sun slowly dimmed. The beast cultivators all looked happy, and even Jing Hu, who was constantly harassed, spared some of his attention to pay attention to that side. But he didn't dare to be careless. The human cultivator had tormented him enough. He had reason to believe that as long as he made a mistake, that human cultivator would come out and give them a fatal blow. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. Jie flapped her wings, and a golden light flew towards the sun. With a loud boom, the sun, which was on the verge of collapse, was finally completely destroyed. The beast cultivators looked at each other in dismay as they watched the sun fly upward and finally fall into the roaring ocean, making a loud noise and even causing a tsunami on the ground. There was no shaking of heaven and earth, and there was no collapse of heaven and earth. It was just so quiet. No, those icicles, sparks, gales, and lightning were still fiercely attacking them. There was only one explanation for this. It's not the formation eye, Jinghu said in a daze. If the formation eye was destroyed, the formation would collapse. The sun was destroyed by them, but the formation was intact, which meant that the sun wasn't the formation eye at all. The white-robed and blue-robed figures disappeared, and thousands of red sword lights suddenly appeared, blotting out the sky and rushing towards them. Jinghu was in a trance. Only Jie quickly sprinkled yellow powder to block the sword lights, but it wasn't enough to dissolve them. He could only watch helplessly as the sword lights hit him. The dazzling red light wasn't enough to kill them, but it injured them all. And the culprit who killed them disappeared. Outside the formation, a sound-transmitting talisman flew out and fell into Mo Tiange's hand. The sound-transmitting talisman burned by itself, and Tang Shun's voice came. Elder Yi, all disciples have been teleported. Mo Tiange looked happy and quickly replied. You're also teleported. Destroy the transporting formation after you're teleported. She looked at the gloomy Xianyue monster sovereign, made a hand seal, and waved the formation flag. With a boom, the whole formation exploded. Chapter 588. Inside the Great Formation, sand suddenly danced, icicles flew, the sky sank, stars fell, and rivers and seas were overturned. It was as if heaven and earth were destroyed in an instant. The beast cultivators all turned to look at Jinghu. Elder Jing, Jie said doubtfully. Isn't the formation broken? Jinghu also felt strange. The collapse of heaven and earth was indeed a sign that the formation was broken. But why didn't it happen when the sun was struck down? Was the sun the eye of the formation? The gale grew fiercer and fiercer, carrying with it a boundless power, instantly breaking Jinghu and Jie's defenses. The dozen or so Yao cultivators were caught off guard, and were suddenly swept into disorder. Some of the weaker ones were immediately swept away by the gale. Jinghu spat out a drop of water, barely holding on. He was horrified. This isn't breaking the formation. This is. Before he could finish speaking, his huge body was enveloped by lightning. He looked around in fear, only to find that lightning covered the whole world. Boom! With a loud explosion, the whole Bishuang court was shrouded in smoke. The mountain gate was blown up, the buildings collapsed, and the mountains shook. Xianyue Monster Lord reacted quickly. He showed his true form in an instant and fled several miles away. His true form was a blue water beast that looked like a qilin. Several figures slowly appeared in the smoke. Ba, ba, ba. Feng Ning frowned without caring about her image, and tried hard to spit out the smoke she inhaled. After she finished, she pointed at Mo Tiange, who was still floating like a fairy, and said angrily, Mo Qingwei, did you deliberately watch me embarrass myself? She wanted to break the formation but didn't tell me, making me so embarrassed. When had she, Feng Ning, ever been so disgraced in her life? It was too shameful. Mo Tiange glanced at her and said lightly, why didn't others do it? Others? Feng Ning turned around and found that Qin Shi was still calm. And there was no dust on his blue and white robe. She couldn't help but clench her teeth. This couple, Emotienga said. Don't say I didn't tell you. It's time to run for your life. Huh. Feng Ning was dumbfounded. Before she had time to ask, her instinctive vigilance woke her up. 28 beast cultivators entered the formation, and 5 survived. 2 were in the 10th rank, and 3 were in the 9th rank. Including Xianyue Monster Lord, there were 6 in total. As for them, there were only 3 of them. One of them was in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, while the other 2 were in the early stage. Although none of them could be regarded as ordinary nascent soul cultivators, their opponents were not ordinary Yao cultivators either. They were the elites of the South Sea. This was the only way to escape. Feng Ning waved his belt, and the Chinese harp appeared in his hand. His 5 fingers plucked the harp quickly, and the music suddenly sounded. The sound wave turned into a dazzling light, and rushed towards Black Moon Demon Lord. Then, a talisman appeared in her hand out of thin air and ignited. She was surrounded by white light. Before anyone could react, she escaped in an instant. She ran really fast. Emotienga curled her lips as she watched Feng Ning's flight light disappear. Since the Luan and Phoenix immortal couple was willing to let their precious daughter participate in the battle between the demonic cultivators, they were naturally fully prepared. It was not surprising that they could successfully escape under the watchful eyes of the 10th-tier demonic cultivators. Actually, they wished for nothing more than for Feng Ning to escape. In that case, they would have nothing to worry about. Qin Shi shifted his gaze and gave her a meaningful glance. Emotienga nodded lightly. Prince Xianyue. Emotienga smiled and looked at Black Moon Demon Lord, who had an unsightly expression not far away. It's fine to give the Eastern Sea to you, but you have to pay a price, don't you? Black Moon Demon Lord clenched his teeth, but didn't say a word. Out of the 28 demonic cultivators, 3 9th-ranked demonic cultivators, and 28th-ranked demonic cultivators died. How big of a loss was this? Although these demonic cultivators weren't enough for the South Sea, they would certainly be used by the eldest prince to attack him. He originally thought losing half of them would be enough. Humph. Jie, who was flapping her wings, snorted coldly. What's the use of saying this nonsense? You might as well leave your lives here. Jie danced lightly, sprinkling yellow powder that suddenly turned into sharp thorns that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Go! Qin Shi shouted in a low voice as the 3 young real fire swords formed a sword formation. The golden thunder shot out, forming a vast thunder net that blocked the 6 demonic cultivators. Then, the 2 of them didn't linger on the fight and flew towards Demonic Mountain on their flight light. However, the 10th-ranked demonic cultivators weren't that easy to fool. Jing, whose huge body appeared in front of them, with a series of afterimages, as if he was weightless. Then came Jie. The 2 10th-ranked demonic cultivators firmly blocked their way. Your Excellency, do you think it's that easy to get away? Black Moon Demon Lord and the other 3 9th-ranked demonic cultivators happened to surround them. Emotienga and Qin Shi looked at each other. Without giving each other a look, the red sword light swept towards Black Moon Demon Lord. While the other demonic cultivators were trying to rescue them, they escaped to the sea surface. Jing, who was still using his unique escape technique, but Emotienga threw something at him. With a loud bang, Jing, who was caught off guard, was frozen. It was the thunder bead Jing Xingji gave her, which could be used at this moment. Jing, who was powerful, so the thunder bead could only block him for a short time. But it was enough. Emotienga waved her Fuxing sword and left a wound on him. Then she escaped without hesitation. Elder Jing. Black Moon Demon Lord was shocked and hurriedly rushed forward. Jing, whose injury was very light, but when he blocked Black Moon Demon Lord, Emotienga and Qin Shi had already escaped far away. Second Prince. Jing, who turned into his human form, and sighed as he watched them disappear. You have to learn to give up. It's very disadvantageous for you if you can't capture those 2. Black Moon Demon Lord shook his head with a bitter smile. Elder Jing, I've disappointed you again. It's okay, Jing, who said faintly. We demonic cultivators have long lives. There's still a long time before the monarch abdicates. Second Prince, you have plenty of time to grow. Right now there's still a remedy. He gazed at the sea. This was their demonic cultivator's territory. After flying for 3,000 miles without any pursuers, the two of them finally stopped. Emotinga patted her chest and asked, "Do you think they didn't chase us, or do they have a backup plan?" Qinshi put away his 3-yong real fire sword and said, "I don't know, but we'd better think of a way to avoid their pursuit." He looked at the calm sea under his feet. This is their territory. Flying to the sea was a helpless choice. 2 10th-ranked demonic cultivators were blocking their way, and 3 9th-ranked demonic cultivators were behind them. So it was impossible to escape quickly. If they were delayed, they would fall into a chaotic battle. It was better to fly to the sea, get rid of them, and then return quietly. But it wasn't easy to do so quietly. Emotinga used her divine sense to check the surroundings. There were no high-ranked demonic beasts around, so she threw out the 10,000 miles canoe and said, "Let's take a rest first." The 10,000 miles canoe was called a canoe, but it could actually change into various shapes. The refining master who refined the 10,000 miles canoe was a refining maniac, so his eyes lit up when he saw the black iron heartwood. Although he wasted a lot of materials, the 10,000 miles canoe was refined quite well. They entered the 10,000 miles canoe. Emotinga made a hand seal, and the canoe quickly changed. From the outside, it looked just like a piece of wood floating on the sea. Inside the canoe, Emotinga arranged a spirit-concealing formation, coupled with Qinshi's peach branch. Even if a 9th-ranked demonic cultivator came, it wouldn't be noticed. As for 10th-ranked demonic cultivators, it would depend on luck. "I'll bring Xiaofan out." Emotinga entered the virtual sky world after giving some instructions. The Eastern Sea was also Xiaofan's hometown. After the world changed, she didn't know whether the fallen dragon settlement was still in the Eastern Sea. Maybe she could find the Sea Dragon clan to understand the current situation in the South Sea. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the virtual sky world, she saw the whole virtual sky world was covered in a layer of red light. Emotinga was stunned. Xiaofan and Xiaohua rushed over, one biting her sleeve, and the other grabbing her hem. "What's going on?" Xiaofan said. Xiaofan advanced. Xiaofan was the name they gave Qinshi's Chongming bird. Qinshi had always been boring. He only had one spiritual beast, and he only kept it idle, so he didn't give it a name. Later, he kept the Chongming bird in the virtual sky world, and often played with Xiaohua and Xiaofan. Xiaofan called it Xiaofan, which the Chongming bird accepted. Qinshi also didn't object. From then on, Xiaofan became the Chongming bird's name. Emotinga looked up. In the air, there was a cocoon made of red light with a hint of vermilion bird's breath. The red light illuminated the whole virtual sky world, making it look like the setting sun, covered with a layer of red. After Qinshi learned the method of condensing vermilion bird pearls from Feifei, he often condensed 1 or 2 pearls and fed them to Xiaofan and Xiaohua, so they also carried vermilion bird's breath on them. After confirming it was the Chongming bird advancing, Emotinga touched the space between her eyebrows and left the virtual sky world. "What's wrong?" Qinshi took out the map and looked at her in surprise. She only went in for a few breaths and didn't bring Xiaofan out. How did she come out? Emotinga took his hand and said, "Let's talk inside." After entering the virtual sky world, Qinshi was stunned to see the red color on the ground. Then he looked happy. The Chongming bird advanced. "Yes." Emotinga pointed at the cocoon made of red light in the sky. "Look, it'll probably break out of the cocoon soon." Qinshi looked at the red cocoon in the sky and said, "The Chongming bird is in the 8th rank, so it can transform. We have to prepare for the transformation heavenly tribulation." Deification cultivators and beast cultivators had to go through heavenly tribulation when they transformed. The Chongming bird was in the 8th rank, so it was fine inside the virtual sky world. Once it left the virtual sky world, it would face heavenly tribulation. Only when it successfully passed the heavenly tribulation could it become a real beast cultivator and gain spiritual intelligence. The two of them got busy. Xiaohua and Xiaofan squatted outside the door and looked at the Chongming bird in the sky. "Xiaohua, what do you think Xiaofan looks like?" Xiaofan asked. Xiaohua squatted on its hind legs and raised its head to call twice. Xiaofan understood the demonic beast language, but it shook its head and said, "No, it must be a beautiful sister." Xiaohua called twice again as if it was protesting. "It must be a beautiful sister," Xiaofan said angrily. Xiaohua called again. "Okay, if you don't believe me, we'll wait and see." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Do you remember the heavenly tribulation of the 3 beast cultivators in the Sea of Returning Ruins last time? Qinshi asked while preparing spiritual plants to concoct medicinal pills. Mo Tiange flipped through the books in the bookcase, looking for information about the transformation heavenly tribulation. She answered, "No, we were in the heavenly tribulation last time. How could we remember to read other people's heavenly tribulations?" She put the book in her hand back inside. If only Feifei was here, it would know what to do. Since there were so many Feifeis to deal with, she let Feifei go back to Kunwu with Tang Shen and the others. She looked up at her. It's not good to always rely on it. Mo Tiange was stunned and thought about it carefully. Ever since Feifei gained spiritual intelligence, it had become a habit for her to ask Feifei if she couldn't make a decision. This was indeed not good. Although Feifei was her spiritual beast, it didn't belong to her. It would have its own path sooner or later. I see. She nodded. In fact, even if she didn't know what the transformation heavenly tribulation was about, it didn't matter. She herself had experienced a heavenly tribulation. Even if the 2 kinds of heavenly tribulations were different, there shouldn't be much difference, so she just had to do it. With this thought in mind, she threw the book away and said, "Then I'll prepare a defensive formation." Okay. Qinshi nodded with a smile. Chapter 589. Beast cultivators took much less time to transform than human cultivators. Ordinary cultivators spent 3 to 5 years in closed-door meditation to form their nascent soul. And some even took more than 10 years. Beast cultivators, on the other hand, had a lot of time to accumulate, but the time it took for them to advance was very short. Therefore, in just half a month, the bright bird successfully advanced. In the air of the virtual sky world, the cocoon formed by the red light suddenly shone brightly. Xiaohua, who was crouching listlessly in front of the door, was startled, and Xiaofan jumped out of the stream with a splash. The red light became brighter and brighter, so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. With a soft pop, the red light shell split open, and a slender white hand stretched out. Then, the hand grabbed the red light, tore it apart with all its might, and stuffed it into its mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. After it finished eating, it elegantly wiped its mouth, landed from the sky, and walked to them step by step. Xiaofeng greets master. Xiaofeng bowed in an impeccable manner and said in a soft voice. Mo Tiange was dumbfounded. She knew Xiaofeng was a female bird, so when it transformed into a human, it must be a woman. But she didn't expect it to look like this. Its female appearance was about 25 or 26 years old, with white skin, red lips, a charming posture, mysterious double pupils, and a mature and enchanting aura. This didn't match Qinshi at all. It was really strange. Previously, the bright bird's temperament was very similar to Qinshi's. Even when it played with Xiaofan and Xiaohua, it was still very arrogant. How could it transform into a human like this? Did they recognize the wrong bird? Qinshi also frowned, but he and the bright bird had a spiritual beast contract, so he definitely recognized it. Beautiful sister, it's beautiful sister. Xiaofan was the first to shout. Xiaohua snorted, muttered a few words in beast language, and turned its head. Mo Tiange saw Xiaofeng, who was smiling gently and enchanting a moment ago, suddenly had a fierce look in her eyes. She turned her head and waved her red sleeve. An overbearing vermilion bird's flame rushed out and swept Xiaohua 10 feet away. Xiaohua was dizzy from the fall. It turned its head and met Xiaofeng's eyes. It shivered and lowered its head. Xiaofeng smiled with satisfaction. The vermilion bird's flame reappeared and rolled Xiaohua back into her hand. She gently stroked Xiaohua's fur and said, "Be good. Big sister will naturally treat you well, understand?" Xiaohua curled up in his arms and made a sound of grievance. Xiaofeng tossed Xiaohua aside and smiled charmingly again. Greetings, master. Qin Shi cleared his throat and said, Get ready. We're going out to cross the transformation tribulation. Yes, master. Emotianga stared at Xiaofeng, who had subdued Xiaohua, and asked, Why does Xiaofeng look like this? Qin Shi shrugged and said, How would I know? You are its master and you don't know? Qin Shi said, Xiaofeng isn't like Xiaofan and the others. Before it transformed, its spiritual intelligence wasn't high, so it didn't communicate much with me. Besides, I'm either in seclusion or outside. I often leave it in the Spirit Beast Institute, and the days we spend together can be counted on one hand. Although the bright bird was also a unique species from the distant past era, he only fed it ordinary spiritual beast pills, and didn't have a place like the virtual sky world to raise it, so its spiritual intelligence was only ordinary. In addition, he didn't have much contact with them, so naturally he didn't know. From this point of view, he really wasn't a qualified master. Of course, Emotianga wasn't qualified to criticize him. She herself was almost the same. It was just that she had the virtual sky world, so they spent more time together. And the medicinal pills she ate were of a higher level. Emotianga looked outside. Xiaofeng was playing with Xiaohua and Xiaofan. Although it was a bit fierce, it was very patient. She just didn't know whether it would submit or not. Thinking of this, a thought emerged in her mind. If Feifei came back between it and Xiaofeng, who would subdue whom? Qin Shi finished concocting medicinal pills, and was refining some simple magic weapons to resist the heavenly tribulation. Emotianga was lost in thought for a while and suddenly said, Do you think I can subdue the heavenly thunder? Qin Shi paused and looked up. What do you mean? She stretched out her hand and released a ball of golden thunder. Look, isn't this also the heavenly tribulation thunder? This ball of golden thunder was originally swallowed by the azure dragon shadow in the fan of heaven and earth. At that time, it was only a small ball, but after several years of nourishment it doubled. More importantly, after refining this ball of golden thunder, she could cast thunder spells with ease. Not to mention that the great heavenly thunder technique was originally a peerless cultivation technique. Qin Shi pondered for a long time and slowly nodded. I can try. Emotianga continued. The problem is that I still can't master the azure dragon in the fan of heaven and earth, so I can't command it to swallow the heavenly thunder. What if you collect it yourself? Qin Shi asked. Emotianga thought for a while and said, I can't bear the heavenly thunder by myself, unless it's weakened to a certain extent. Last time, the azure dragon could swallow the heavenly thunder. It was also because a lot of the heavenly thunder had been dispersed by them. Otherwise, the fan would have been destroyed, and the azure dragon would have died instead of being swallowed. That's easy, Qin Shi said. I'll disperse the heavenly thunder, then you can collect it. The two of them discussed for a while about how to collect the heavenly thunder. They had to pay special attention to one thing. If the power of the heavenly tribulation was comparable to the nascent soul heavenly tribulation last time, they could only prioritize saving their own lives and forget about collecting the heavenly thunder. However, this was unlikely. The reason why Emotianga had the nascent soul heavenly tribulation was because the cultivation technique she practiced was special, so her strength was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. As for Little Phoenix, it had always been no different from ordinary spiritual beasts. It just absorbed a small amount of Qin Shi's vermilion bird's breath when it advanced. In addition, this was the Eastern Sea, which was only a few thousand miles away from Bishuan Court. It was best to find a safe place first before going out to face the tribulation. After deciding, the two of them returned to the 10,000 miles canoe. After traveling east for several days, they finally found a secluded place and stopped. There was an island there with a circumference of several miles. There were no spirit veins, and very few demonic beasts. Qin Shi examined it carefully then said, Let's do it here. There aren't any high-level sea beasts nearby. Emotianga didn't have any objections. She pulled the 10,000 miles canoe ashore, and the two of them went on the island. They put away the 10,000 miles canoe and started to prepare. Qin Shi cleared all the dense vegetation on the island, leaving only bare ground. Then Emotienga started to lay a formation. She couldn't lay a great mountain protecting formation, like the heaven and earth reversing formation. All great mountain protecting formations needed the support of spirit veins. Without spirit veins, there wouldn't be a great mountain protecting formation. However, she could lay a simplified version. Although its power wouldn't be as great as the original version, it would be much stronger than ordinary formations. Emotienga thought for a moment, then laid a defense formation in the center of the island. She then laid a yin-yang life-taking formation on the periphery, covering the whole island. Done. 2 days later, she stood up and clapped her hands. Even if its power is similar to my nascent soul heavenly tribulation, it won't be a problem for us to survive. Qin Shi, who was meditating next to her, opened his eyes. Let's take a rest first. We'll call Little Phoenix out to face the tribulation later. Emotienga nodded. She meditated for a long time, slowly adjusting her breath until she returned to her peak state. Half a day later, she entered the virtual sky world and called the 3 spiritual beasts. Little Phoenix, come with us to face the tribulation. Xiaohua Xiaofan, be good and stay here. Xiaohua's eyes widened. It grabbed her sleeve and cried. Emotienga patted its head and said, Little Phoenix's transformation tribulation isn't over yet, so it's time to go out and face the tribulation. You and Xiaofan's levels are too low, so it'll be dangerous if you go out. I'll let you go out and play after the heavenly tribulation is over, okay? Xiaohua whimpered and listlessly let go of her sleeve. Emotienga patted it a few times to comfort it, then took Little Phoenix out of the virtual sky world. As soon as she went out, she took out a puppet and threw it aside. She also threw a jade plate. The jade plate left her hand and floated in the air. Emotienga waved her spiritual aura, and the jade plate let out a buzzing sound. All the spiritual aura spots around the island seemed to have sensed it, and shot out white lights. The white lights slowly gathered in the center, and formed a shield. Stand in the middle, she said to Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix obeyed and stood in the middle, where the formation's power was the strongest. Qin Shi threw several bottles of medicinal pills to it. If you're injured, take medicinal pills. Little Phoenix took the bottles, poured out all the medicinal pills, and put them into its portable storage space. It then transformed back into its original form. After advancing to the 8th rank, Little Phoenix's body doubled in size. Its body was as bald as a chicken, and was only covered with a thin layer of feathers, making it look a bit ugly. However, its tail feathers were as gorgeous as a phoenix's. The sky was clear and boundless a moment ago, but as soon as Little Phoenix came out, the dark clouds seemed to have sensed its power, and gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The surroundings were dusky, and the wind whistled. If it was an ordinary demonic beast cultivator, who cultivated to the transformation realm, they would have to go through countless tribulations and fights, and the possibility of passing the tribulation was very high. However, after Little Phoenix recognized its master, it was either in the spiritual beast pouch, or in the spiritual beast yard. It didn't experience any fights at all. Letting it go through the tribulation by itself was simply courting death. After about 7 minutes, the pitch-black tribulation clouds finished gathering. The rumbling of thunder in the surroundings continued to ring, becoming louder and louder. Among the tribulation clouds, the heavenly thunder was brewing. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, causing the demonic beasts nearby to flee one after another. They had an innate intuition, so they knew danger was coming. However, their speed couldn't compare to the speed of the heavenly thunder. They had just swam for a while when the heavenly thunder fell from the tribulation clouds. Boom! The thick heavenly thunder fell, shining with white light, making the surroundings pale. Emotienga threw a red silk umbrella and flew above Little Phoenix. The heavenly thunder had already fallen. The red silk umbrella shook, and under the power of the heavenly thunder, it turned into smoke. This red silk umbrella was a spoil of war from a fight of magical powers. Its material was ordinary, and its power was also ordinary. Even if it was smashed into ashes by the heavenly thunder, it wouldn't feel distressed. The red silk umbrella blocked the heavenly thunder. When the heavenly thunder fell on the protective formation, its power was greatly reduced. Emotianga waved the heaven and earth fan and pulled it over. The second heavenly thunder fell, and its power was slightly stronger. Under Qinshi's sword, it was split in half. Emotianga took a little of it and let Little Phoenix take the other half. With the protection of the defensive formation, Little Phoenix only swayed a little, but it still took a medicinal pill and stuffed it into its mouth. After the two heavenly thunder, the tribulation clouds surged, brewing the third heavenly thunder. Taking advantage of this gap, Qinshi said, "Its power is much weaker than yours." They easily withstood the two heavenly thunder just now, which was about half the power of her nascent soul heavenly tribulation. They would definitely survive this heavenly tribulation. Sure enough, the third, the fourth, every heavenly tribulation was weaker than hers, and its color only changed from white to blue. Only the last heavenly tribulation was purple. In fact, in general, the last heavenly tribulation for beast cultivators' transformation tribulation was purple. Golden lightning rarely appeared. It's finally over. After the ninth heavenly tribulation, Emotianga breathed a sigh of relief. This heavenly tribulation was much better than hers, but her spiritual aura was still depleted. She fell to the ground and was about to meditate to recover her spiritual aura when she suddenly heard Little Phoenix shouting in surprise, "There's more! There's still a heavenly tribulation!" Chapter 590. Qinshi swallowed a medicinal pill. The three young real fire sword reformed and slashed at the heavenly thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly thunder was sent flying and exploded. Under the power of the heavenly thunder, the rocks on the island were broken, and the surrounding waves quickly swept the rocks away. In the blink of an eye, the island with a circumference of several kilometers was reduced to the area under their feet. "There's a heavenly tribulation in the sea?" Emotianga looked up and saw that the tribulation clouds didn't disperse and were getting thicker. What's going on? Wasn't heavenly tribulation supposed to have 9 tribulations? After the 9th tribulation, the clouds should disperse. How could it? She didn't have time to think. The heavenly thunder among the tribulation clouds revealed its ferocious head and flashed faintly with golden light. Golden thunder. Emotianga turned to look at Little Feng in the center of the formation. It was also shocked. Strange. Did Little Feng have something beyond its level? Otherwise, based on its regular cultivation experience, there was nothing special about it except for the vermilion bird's breath qin she gave it. However, the vermilion bird's breath qin she gave it was only a little bit, not enough to change its nature. She didn't have time to think. The golden thunder drew a golden border on the tribulation clouds. This golden border flashed faintly and became brighter and brighter. "Tianga!" Qinshi's voice came to her ears. "Puppet!" Emotianga nodded at him. The heavenly thunder finished brewing and finally struck down. Qinshi flew into the air. The tens of thousands of sword lights of the three young real fire sword merged into one, forming a huge red sword of light that slashed at the golden heavenly thunder. The sound of the sword of light was covered by the thunder. The red light cleaved the heavenly thunder. Half of it corroded the heavenly thunder with the sword of light and finally dissipated. But the other half was still striking at Little Feng. Although it was also a heavenly tribulation of golden thunder, it was much less powerful than Emotianga's nascent soul tribulation. This sword only consumed most of the vermilion bird's flame, not to the point where it lost all its spiritual aura. As soon as the sword of light dissipated, the puppet went to meet it, its white robe fluttering in the wind. This white robe was the Taoist robe of a high-level cultivator from Ice Palace. She didn't know what it was made of, but it was extremely flexible and had amazing defense. She also had a Taoist robe like this, which was of a higher level than the puppet's robe. After obtaining this Taoist robe, she didn't want to wear it. When she thought about how it was taken from a corpse, she felt disgusted. For this reason, Qinshi deliberately put this Taoist robe back into the furnace and used the vermilion bird's flames to refine it. The golden lightning struck the puppet's body. Its white robe fluttered, as if it had been plated with a layer of gold. The swift and fierce heavenly tribulation lightning instantly slowed down. Kacha! The puppet landed lightly on the ground. In the end, it was a heavenly tribulation. She could scatter it, but the puppet couldn't bear it. However, with the puppet's interference, the lightning became much weaker. She didn't use the heaven and earth fan, but rather the Fuxing sword. She operated the great heavenly thunder spell, and the golden thunder on the Fuxing sword flickered and spat out indeterminately as she faced the heavenly thunder. The moment it came into contact with the Fuxing sword, the heavenly lightning seemed to be attracted to it. It pounced on the sword and stopped. She was stunned. The heavenly lightning continued to pour into the Fuxing sword. Emotienga clenched her teeth and firmly grasped the sword. Little Phoenix stared blankly at the center of the array. Its transformation heavenly tribulation seemed to have nothing to do with it. The number of lightning bolts on the Fuxing sword increased, until the entire sword turned into a ball of lightning. However, the lightning still didn't stop. The waves were monstrous and rushed towards them. Unfortunately, an array had already been set up here. When the waves crashed into the array, they only struggled for a moment before disappearing. The Fuxing sword absorbed the thunder, and the three young real fire swords slashed horizontally. Only less than 1/10 of the heavenly thunder was left, and little Feng had to bear it. Even so, little Phoenix did not dare to be careless. With a clear cry, a bloody mist appeared around her, and her entire body was bathed in flames. These flames were not pure vermilion bird flames. However, the bright bird's bloodline was noble, and the vermilion bird's flames had been purified. Now the level of these flames was extremely high, and they could even contend against the heavenly lightning. Little Feng did not dodge the lightning. The flames on her body burned even more intensely. The fire and lightning fought against each other, devouring each other and blending together. Emotienga put away the Fuxing sword, and the puppet then looked at little Phoenix. Under the heavenly thunder, its flames were gradually extinguished, and it was slowly engulfed by the lightning. Just as she was about to step forward, Qinshi blocked her and shook his head. "It's nothing." Amidst the lightning, the flames were faintly discernible, but they never went out. Little Feng finally fell. Outside the flames, lightning flashed. In the sky, the dark clouds suddenly disappeared, and the moon was clear. The heavenly tribulation came and went quickly. The tribulation clouds dispersed, and the huge waves subsided. They stood on this small island that was only about 100 feet in size, watching the ripples under the moonlight. For a moment, they felt like a lifetime had passed. The sound of waves came to their ears. Emotienga turned to look at little Feng, who was surrounded by flames and lightning, and asked worriedly, "Is it okay?" "It's fine." With the spiritual beast's contract, he could feel that little Feng's situation was very stable. It should be undergoing the heavenly thunder to temper its body. Emotienga breathed a sigh of relief, sat cross-legged, and adjusted her breath. She didn't sit down. Although they were protected by the formation, and the demonic beasts around them were scared away by the heavenly tribulation, the Eastern Sea was now the territory of the demonic cultivators in the South Sea. The heavenly tribulation's movement was not small, so it was better to be careful. The sound of the wind was particularly clear at night. He stood on the edge of the island. The waves rose and fell under his feet, glimmering under the moonlight. It was just nightfall, but it was completely dark. Places with pure scenery always seemed particularly small and lonely, such as the snowfield or the sea, especially when it was nighttime. Qinshi realized this, so he immediately calmed down and opened his eyes only when his mind was clear. He turned to look at little Feng, who was steadily absorbing the heavenly thunder to temper its body. Not far away, Emotienga was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, her body shrouded in a misty white light. She was in the vast sea, surrounded by seawater, which made her feel like time and space were blurred. He listened to the sound of waves, felt the sound of the wind in his ears, and looked up at the boundless sea. There seemed to be a flash of light in the corner of his eyes, and he became vigilant. The three young real fire sword turned into a red light and rushed over there at lightning speed. When little Feng was undergoing the tribulation here, The demonic beasts either hid far away or died under the heavenly tribulation. Now that the heavenly tribulation was over, demonic beasts must be taking advantage of it. Demonic cultivators who had just undergone the heavenly tribulation were at their weakest. The red light flashed, and a powerful spiritual aura pressure suddenly burst out. The same red light turned into a circle and wrapped around the three young real fire sword, sending it back. Qinshi was stunned. This aura clearly belonged to an early-stage nascent soul human cultivator. That person was about to escape, but Qinshi shook his arm, and the three young real fire sword came out again. This time it was full of power. The three young real fire sword arrived. Under the light of the vermilion bird's flames, a frightened face was reflected. Qinshi was surprised when he vaguely saw the person's appearance. He used his spiritual aura and withdrew the three young real fire sword. Emotinga finished adjusting her breath, opened her eyes and stood up. She asked curiously, "What's going on?" Qinshi didn't answer. He looked at the place where the cultivator was hiding and said loudly, "Fairy Fengqing, please come and have a chat." That person didn't move for a long time, so Qinshi said again in a deep voice, "Fairy, we're fated to meet here. Why don't we meet calmly?" Under the moonlight, ripples appeared on the seashore. A person on a red lotus flew over. This person was Tiandao Sek's Fairy Fengqing. At this moment, the moonlight was cold, the seawater was rippling, her red clothes fluttered, and she stood on a red lotus. If it weren't for her gloomy expression, she would have looked as elegant as a fairy and picturesque. Upon arriving at this island, Fairy Fengqing saluted with a complicated expression. "Fellow Taoists, your spiritual beasts are crossing their tribulations here. Fengqing thought you were a demonic cultivator from the sea and wanted to take advantage of you. I'm really sorry for offending you." Her tone was polite, but her expression was still arrogant. Qinshi didn't care at all. He smiled and saluted back. "Fairy, you left a month ago. I thought you'd already returned to Tiandao sect, but I didn't expect to meet you here. We're really fated." Fairy Fengqing sensed the probing intention in his words, so she said faintly, "I won't hide it from you. Fengqing received some news before, so I came here to look for treasures." The three of them fell into a strange silence after Fairy Fengqing finished speaking. Now that the world was in chaos, Fairy Fengqing left Bishuan Court and should have returned to Tiandao sect long ago. But now she appeared in the depths of the Eastern Sea. They guessed she was probably looking for treasures or something, but they didn't expect she'd admit it so straightforwardly. As for Fairy Fengqing, her gaze was now wandering. She knew she couldn't hide it since they happened to meet here, so she admitted it. However, she was still worried, afraid these two people would take a share of the loot. She was only in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, so her cultivation level was ordinary. These two people were two of the most outstanding geniuses in the history of the celestial pole. She was on par with Mo Qingwei, but she couldn't defeat Qin Shoujing, who was in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Seeing that the two of them were silent, Fairy Fengqing asked, "May I know why fellow Taoists are here? The demonic cultivators in the Eastern Sea are coming aggressively. Why aren't you two at Bishuan Court?" Qinshi smiled bitterly. "Fairy, you don't know. The demonic cultivators have reinforcements. Now that Bishuan Court's great mountain protecting formation has been broken, we escaped." "Oh." Fairy Fengqing raised her eyebrows. "Both of you need to escape?" The smile on Qinshi's face became even more bitter. "That's almost 30 demonic cultivators, including 2 10th-ranked demonic cultivators." Fairy Fengqing was stunned. So many demonic cultivators were dispatched. "Yes, Fairy. If you don't want to go back to Kunwu for the time being, you'd better be careful. The Eastern Sea is now the territory of demonic cultivators." Fairy Fengqing pondered for a moment, then raised her hand to salute him. "Thank you for telling me, fellow Taoist. That being the case, I'll take my leave first." Qinshi took a step back. "Fairy, please." Seeing that they didn't want to snatch her fated chance, Fairy Fengqing felt a bit relieved. She nodded at them. Then a red lotus rose under her feet, and she floated away from the island until she disappeared. Qinshi's smile disappeared. He stared at the place where Fairy Fengqing disappeared in silence for a long time before he said to Emotienga, "Let's follow her and take a look." Emotienga said, "You don't believe her?" Qinshi shook his head. "I believe her, but only half of it. The treasure she's looking for might not be as calm as she appears." "All right." Emotienga thought for a moment. She came to the Eastern Sea because of Bishuan Court. The so-called treasure hunt is probably related to Bishuan Court, so I should take a look. She walked to the center of the island, took little Feng into the virtual sky world, settled it in the spiritual beast house, and told Xiaohua and Xiaofan not to disturb it. "Let's go." Qinshi didn't have time to recover his spiritual aura, so he swallowed a restorative panacea, then summoned his flying cloud. He concealed his aura, then carefully followed behind Fairy Fengqing. Chapter 591. Under the moonlight, Fairy Fengqing flew anxiously for a while, constantly releasing her divine sense to observe the surroundings. After flying for a long time, and finding nothing abnormal, she finally felt a little relieved. What she said to them just now was the truth. She didn't return to Tiandao sect, but stayed in the Eastern Sea to look for the treasure. But she concealed the specific information about the treasure. She was very glad that Qin Shoujing didn't get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to hide it. She couldn't lose this treasure. If she could really find it, it would be the biggest fated chance she had since she stepped on the path of immortality. After observing the surroundings, she waved her belt, creating a shield around her. The red lotus under her feet slowly descended, and she dived into the sea. The sun rose and the moon set. 2 days later, Fairy Fengqing came out of the water with a splash. She looked around vigilantly. After finding nothing abnormal, she stepped on her red lotus and disappeared into the sky. After she disappeared, the silhouettes of the two people slowly turned from blurry to clear. Qinshi looked in the direction Fairy Fengqing flew and said, "She's deliberately setting up a diversion." Emotienga frowned slightly. "Does she know we're following her?" "I don't think so," Qinshi said. Caution and suspicion are common characteristics of nascent soul cultivators. Fairy Fengqing has also been a nascent soul cultivator for many years, so it's not strange for her to do so. Emotienga paused and said, "Speaking of which, this Fairy Fengqing also advanced to the nascent soul realm when she was 300 years old, so she's only 700 years old now. She's very similar to Senior Martial Sister Miaoi, but she doesn't seem to be as famous as Senior Martial Sister Miaoi. Cultivators in the Celestial Pole rarely mention her." Qinshi said, "There's a reason for this. We all know that Tiandao sect only accepts disciples based on their aptitude, regardless of their character. It's not a taboo for their disciples to practice devil arts, but many people who practice devil arts are very cruel, so Tiandao sect has a lot of gossip. Although this fellow Taoist Fengqing's primary cultivation method isn't a devil cultivation method, she once cultivated some unorthodox cultivation method. As a result, her temperament is a bit strange. To put it nicely, she abhors evil, but to put it bluntly, she kills people like flies. Several hundred years ago, she often traveled outside. As long as she felt unhappy, she would always be merciless. The cultivators that died in her hands numbered in the hundreds, if not 1,000. Because of that, the cultivators of the Celestial Pole gave her the name Rakshasa. After learning about this, her temperament became even more irritable. If she heard someone talking about the female Rakshasa, she would definitely turn hostile and ruthless. From then on, no one dared to talk about her. As time passed, the matters of the past were also forgotten. After I formed my gold core, I didn't hear anything about her traveling outside. All these years, she's been painstakingly cultivating inside the sect. Outsiders only know Fairy Fengqing's name, but they don't know the truth. Upon hearing that, Emotienga frowned and said, "Master often said that on the path to the great Tao, one's disposition comes first. Why is it that I often see cultivators who don't cultivate their disposition? This Fengqing fairy was actually able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage." Qinshi shook his head. "You misunderstood. It's not that they don't cultivate their minds. What do you mean? Emotienga was confused. Qinshi stared at her and asked, do you remember Professor Han from Yunzheng? Professor Han was naturally Han Shiji from Yu Mountain Academy. Emotienga nodded. I remember. Why are you talking about him? Qinshi said. You should know that although Professor Han's cultivation level isn't obvious, he has a unique understanding of scriptures. He's only in the core formation realm, but he can become a professor precisely because he's unconventional and talented. He paused for a moment. When he saw Emotienga nod, he continued to say, in our opinion, he's ruthless and selfish. He doesn't restrain his desires and doesn't cultivate his disposition, but he can create his own mental cultivation technique. Do you know why? Emotienga said slowly. I've also thought about this question, but I haven't figured it out yet. Qinshi smiled and said slowly, what I think is that he found his own Tao. Emotienga was stunned. She raised her head and stared at him. Since he can create his own mental cultivation technique, it means he already understands the scriptures and has his own understanding. Since he has his own understanding, but he doesn't practice the cultivation techniques of his predecessors, it's clear that he doesn't use the predecessors' Tao as his Tao. He found his own Tao. Emotienga listened and pondered silently. Over the past 100 years, she had traveled to many places and met many people, but none of them could make her as puzzled as Han Shiji. As Qinshi said, Han Shiji was ruthless and stubborn. The so-called cultivation of disposition was nonsense to him. To put it bluntly, he wasn't a good person. However, such a bad person was a genius Confucian cultivator. He was only in the core formation realm, but he already became a professor at Yu Mountain Academy. He was highly regarded, and even got the approval of the Confucian school's sacred object. It was only a matter of time before he advanced to the nascent soul realm. She couldn't understand why such a person's cultivation path was so smooth. Were the so-called state of mind and disposition all nonsense? Tao isn't the only Tao. Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism, and Devil, each school has a different Tao. Even if you're a cultivator, each person's Tao is different, and each Tao has a chance to cultivate and become an immortal. This is the 3,000 great Taos. All of them can reach the divine. Emotienga nodded slowly. Of course she knew this. Qinshi continued. There are 3,000 Taos. Similarity is Tao, opposites are Tao, justice is Tao, evil is Tao, salvation is Tao, slaughter is Tao, beauty is Tao, ugliness is Tao. Taos are ever-changing, but one thing remains the same. Only a strong heart can find one's own Tao. In this world, there are some people who are ruthless and vicious. They don't practice devil arts, but they can walk to the end without any inner demons. Why is that? That was because they were vicious and ruthless at heart. They faced their hearts and firmly believed that what they thought was the truth, which was also their Tao. Since everything they do is following their own Tao, they naturally don't have inner demons. Therefore, people who are obsessed with their own Tao, whether they're good or evil, beautiful or ugly, can find their own Tao. Emotienga was stunned and murmured, in that case, people can set foot on the great Tao without cultivating their mental state at all. You can't think like that. Judging from her expression, she seemed to have doubts about mental state cultivation. Qinshi explained, every school has a different Tao. For example, devil cultivators don't need to cultivate their mental state. But would you envy them? Emotienga shook her head. Devil cultivators' Tao was indeed fast, but the probability of achieving the great Tao was much smaller. Most of them died from cultivation deviation. Tao cultivators' Tao, on the other hand, was a slow but steady path. There's no order in Tao, but there's a high and low level. Unorthodox Tao provokes a lot of karma. On the way to immortality, most people die. So what's the use of Tao? This is the same as the difference between devil path and devil path. Emotienga didn't speak or move. Her eyes were fixed on the void. She never doubted her own Tao. Even if her devil art progressed rapidly, she still felt that the Tao she wanted to walk was upright. When she met Han Shi, she was puzzled. She didn't understand how such a person could be favored by heaven and smoothly reach the core formation realm, or even the nascent soul realm. She thought maybe everyone was different, so the path to immortality was also different. However, She still had doubts in her heart. Could such a person really reach the end? But now, she was enlightened by Qin Shi. As long as others were persistent enough, they could also set foot on the great Tao. However, she didn't need to doubt her own Tao. As long as she walked steadily and firmly one day, she would set foot on the supreme great Tao. When Qin Shi saw her raise her head and look resolute, he knew she'd thought it through. He smiled and said, "Let's quickly follow her. If we don't, she'll slip away." Mo Tiange nodded and returned a smile. The two of them rode their flight lights and chased after the place where Fairy Fengqing disappeared. Fairy Fengqing had been very cautious. She hid in the water for 2 days and wandered on the surface of the sea. Although this place was deep in the Eastern Sea, she was a nascent soul cultivator, so it was easy for her to deceive demonic beasts below the 8th rank. Mo Tiange and Qin Shi also followed behind her aimlessly. They were so leisurely because their task was completed, and they could go back whenever they wanted. Secondly, Fairy Fengqing's strange behavior aroused their curiosity. If there were really treasures, they wouldn't rob her, but they could get a share of the loot. After wandering in the Eastern Sea for 3 days, Fairy Fengqing finally stopped on a small island. She summoned a thatched hut and entered it. Mo Tiange and Qin Shi found a place around the island, used peach branches to hide their tracks, and hid inside the 10,000 miles lone boat. There was no movement on the first day, and there was still no movement on the second day. Several days passed, but Fairy Fengqing never stepped out of the hut. They also felt the breath inside the hut was stable. She didn't leave quietly, or do anything special. "What do you think she's doing?" Mo Tiange asked doubtfully inside the soundproof barrier. "Adjusting her breath? She hasn't done anything these past few days, so she's in good condition. Cultivating? If that's the case, she's too free to hide in the uninhabited Eastern Sea to cultivate. Maybe she's studying some clues," Qin Shi said. "She probably got this information when she arrived at Bishuan Court. She probably can't understand it in such a short time. How long will this research take?" Mo Tiange had a headache. 3 to 5 days is fine, but what about a month or 2? In any case, we have nothing to do. We can wait even if it's a year or 2. Qin Shi was very calm. They'd already sent the disciples of the Immortal Alliance back to Kunwu, so they could go back anytime. If they went back later, they could take fewer tasks. All right. Mo Tiange thought about it. It didn't matter if they didn't go back for the time being. Although they were a bit short on manpower, it wasn't to the point where they couldn't do without the two of them. Xianqing School's Great Mountain Protecting Formation was fully activated, so it was very safe. Her master and several senior martial brothers and sisters were also not in danger. Fairy Fengqing didn't move, but little Feng woke up first. After going through the transformation heavenly tribulation and being reshaped by heavenly thunder, the spiritual aura all over its body was condensed, and its spiritual aura pressure was heavy. The trace of Vermilion Bird's breath became purer and guarded its dantian. Qin Shi entered the virtual sky world to test his moves with it, and was very satisfied. Now Little Feng's strength was equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator, so he could take it out to fight. In addition to himself, they also had a nascent soul puppet and an 8th rank bright bird. Even if they encountered a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage, they could still fight. Chapter 592. What's she waiting for? Mo Tiange sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, meditating with her eyes closed. She didn't understand Fairy Fengqing's temperament, but she knew the thoughts of nascent soul cultivators. Although they had a lifespan of 1,000 years, they yearned for immortality and didn't want to waste any time. Fairy Fengqing had led them in a big circle, so she must have probed enough. She must have a purpose for staying here. Was she waiting for someone? That shouldn't be the case. They were in the depths of the Eastern Sea, and the great war between humans and demons was still going on. Who would come to the depths of the Eastern Sea to meet her? Or was it a demonic cultivator? Or was she waiting for a fated chance? Outside the cultivation room, Little Feng's voice came. Xiahua and Xiaofan were playing. These two guys didn't know what to do, and sometimes destroyed the bamboo forest or the medicinal field. Now that Little Feng was here, Little Feng would shout at them to stop. Among her 3 spiritual beasts, Xiaohu was naughty, Xiaofan was naive, and Feifei was arrogant. None of them could take care of the virtual sky world for her. So Little Feng's appearance filled this gap. Little Feng was steady, polite, and strong. Whether it was Xiaohu or Xiaofan, they were all obedient to her. She was indeed the best choice to be the housekeeper. However, she didn't know who would subdue whom when Feifei came back. After thinking for a while, she shook her head and stood up to call Little Feng. "I'll leave this place to you." Little Feng's double pupils flashed with red light. "Madam, are you going out?" "Yes." Little Feng bowed and said, "Madam, I'll go with you. This is the Eastern Sea, where demonic cultivators run amok. I'll talk to them if I encounter them." Emotinga thought Little Feng's words were reasonable, so she said, "Okay." After leaving the virtual sky world, Qin was adjusting his breath in the 10,000 miles lone boat. He opened his eyes when he sensed their breaths. "How is it?" Emotinga asked while casting a spell to peep at Fairy Fengqing. Qin said, "Still nothing." There was a breath-concealing formation set up in the cottage, so they could only sense Fairy Fengqing's breath. It was calm and stable, so she should be meditating. "I don't think she's studying clues. If they were researching clues, they should have been hiding near Bishuan Court. If they hid here, it'd be troublesome if they attracted beast cultivators. Besides, it's been a while since she left Bishuan Court. She only found this place now, so she should have finished studying it by now." "What you said makes sense." Qin nodded. Emotinga continued to say, "She found this place after some time and stayed here for almost 10 days. She still didn't seem to have any intention of leaving, so she must have been waiting for something." "You're right," Qin said while contemplating. "There are only 3 things we need to wait for: a person, an object, or something." Emotinga answered, "Exactly. These were the 3 things she was waiting for. Whether it's a human or a demonic cultivator, something appears or something happens." Qin nodded, then shook his head. "Unfortunately, we're not familiar with this place. Otherwise, we'd be able to analyze some information." "Yes." Emotinga shrugged. "We still have no choice but to wait." The 2 of them were silent for a moment. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Master, madam, why don't we let Xiaofeng test it out?" The 2 of them turned around and saw Xiaofeng wearing a smile on her face. She looked quite confident, so Qin asked, "How are we going to test her?" Xiaofeng said, "I'll pretend to be a demonic cultivator from the Eastern Sea and talk to her." Emotinga's eyes brightened. "Yes, why didn't I think of that?" She then frowned and asked, "She saw you when you were going through your tribulation. Will she recognize you?" Xiaofeng was full of confidence. "No. My aura is very different after I go through my tribulation. If I don't show my true form, she won't recognize me." Qin agreed. "That's a good idea. Then Xiaofeng will go." Qin nodded. "You have to be careful. Fairy Fengqing has advanced to the nascent soul realm for hundreds of years. You're not her match." "Yes, Xiaofeng understands." Xiaofeng quietly got off the 10,000 miles lone boat and flew thousands of miles away before she showed her figure and flew towards this place. The powerful aura of an 8th-ranked demonic cultivator appeared. Fairy Fengqing, who was in the thatched cottage, finally couldn't sit still. The curtain was lifted, and she looked to the east with a worried expression. Before long, Xiaofeng rode a red cloud and floated to this small island. She stared at Fairy Fengqing fiercely. "Who are you? Why did you come to the Eastern Sea?" One was in the 8th rank, and the other was in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Their strength was about the same, but this was the Eastern Sea. As a demonic cultivator, Xiaofeng could be a bit stronger. Fairy Fengqing sighed inwardly when she saw that Xiaofeng easily discovered her existence. Her breath-concealing technique wasn't very good. She could deal with low-ranked demonic beasts, but it was hard to hide from demonic cultivators above the 8th rank. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Fairy Fengqing's mind. In the end, she cupped her hands and politely said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm a cultivator from Kunwu. My Taoist name is Miaoyi. I came to the Eastern Sea to look for fated chances." Xiaofeng was slightly stunned, then she looked angry. Come here to look for fated chances? Do you want to kill demonic cultivators in the Eastern Sea? Fairy Fengqing said faintly. The human race and the demon race have always been enemies. Now is the time of war, so why should I take the risk to come here to kill demonic cultivators? That's hard to say. Xiaofeng sneered. Maybe you never thought you'd run into demonic cultivators here. After all, this place isn't the deepest part of the Eastern Sea. Fairy Fengqing's eyes flashed and she said, You're looking for trouble on purpose, aren't you? You can ask the sea clans nearby whether I killed demonic cultivators or not. But you're presumptuously guessing my thoughts and trying to pin a crime on me. So what if I did? Hostility appeared on Xiaofeng's face. A gorgeous fiery red feather appeared in her palm. With a flick of her finger, the feather suddenly grew bigger and floated in the air. The human race and the demon race have always been enemies. Even if you didn't go deep into the Eastern Sea to kill demonic cultivators, you went there to look for treasures. The Eastern Sea is the territory of us demonic cultivators. How can you come and go so easily? After a demonic cultivator transformed, he would refine a part of his body into a magic weapon, which was equivalent to a cultivator's natal magic weapon. Xiaofeng's natal magic weapon was its feather. This feather gathered all the vermilion bird's breath on its body and was tempered by heavenly thunder, so its power was extraordinary. Fairy Fengqing's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect this demonic cultivator to fight without any hesitation. She wasn't afraid of fighting with it, but its magic weapon didn't look weak. If they fought, it might attract more powerful demonic cultivators. After pondering for a while, she cupped her hands and said, Fellow Taoist, you're too impatient. We're not low-level cultivators. What's the point of fighting? Xiaofeng remained calm and collected. What are you trying to say? Fairy Fengqing said. Humans and demons are different, but fated chances aren't. Xiaofeng looked at her suspiciously. Are you still willing to give up your fated chance? Fairy Fengqing said. Of course not. The fated chance of human cultivators might not be useful to demonic cultivators. However, I can tell you something. For demonic cultivators, it's also a fated chance. Xiaofeng sneered. I don't dare to believe a human cultivator's words. Then, she waved her hand, and the tail feather floating in the air shone brightly. It was wrapped in a ball of flame, and it stabbed toward Fairy Fengqing. Fairy Fengqing was shocked. With her nascent soul cultivation, she wasn't afraid of Xiaofeng. She was shocked by the aura emitted by Xiaofeng's natal magic weapon. This phoenix feather was condensed with the pure breath of the vermilion bird. After the heavenly tribulation, Xiaofeng told them that the reason why there was a 10th tribulation for its transformation was that its bloodline had changed. The bright bird was originally a descendant of the phoenix, and it was of the same race as the vermilion bird. However, after breeding for so long, the bloodline of the phoenix had become very faint. When it transformed, the breath of the vermilion bird purified its bloodline, making it a real divine beast. Divine beasts shouldn't exist in this world. As one of the 5 spirits, the divine beast vermilion bird had a vast and sacred aura that was comparable to that of a fairy. In this day and age when the immemorial cultivation techniques were lost, the appearance of a divine beast broke the balance of the current realm of cultivators. It triggered the law of heaven and earth, and thus caused the 10th tribulation. At this moment, Fairy Fengqing was even more shocked when she sensed the phoenix feather's aura. This demonic cultivator's cultivation was slightly lower than hers, but its aura was so powerful, and it was so sacred that she wanted to worship it. What was going on? Could it be that there was a descendant of a divine beast hidden in the depths of the East Sea? This kind of aura wasn't something that those so-called descendants, who had a minuscule amount of divine beast bloodline, could possess. As she thought about this, the phoenix feather arrived in front of her in the blink of an eye, shining with an extremely bright light. Outside, Little Feng and Fairy Fengqing were fighting fiercely. Inside the 10,000 li lone boat, Emotinga asked Qin Shi. What does she mean? Why didn't she tell us her real name? Qin Shi said. She's probably looking for a very big fated chance, So she doesn't want people to know her real name. Otherwise, once it gets out, her situation will be very worrying. But she told us Senior Marshal Sister Miaoi's name. Emotienga said angrily, looking very displeased. She shook his head helplessly. This fairy Fengqing is about the same age as Senior Marshal Sister Miaoi. But Senior Marshal Sister Miaoi's aptitude is outstanding. She's popular, and her realm advancement is much faster than Senior Marshal Sister Miaoi's. In the past, Fairy Fengqing didn't seem to care, but now, I'm afraid she has resentment in her heart. If she didn't want to leave her name, she could have used an alias like Mo Tienga, but Fairy Fengqing didn't. She deliberately told them Lord Taoist Miaoi's name. They wouldn't believe it if they said it was unintentional. Outside the longhouse, Little Feng and Fairy Fengqing were fighting back and forth. The spiritual aura was turbulent, causing raging waves and surging clouds. Fairy Fengqing cultivated the Fire Lotus technique, while Little Feng was a divine beast with fire attributes. The two of them fought on the sea, so their strength was weakened. Although Fairy Fengqing's methods were brilliant, Little Feng's vermilion bird flame was of a higher level, so she couldn't do anything to it for a while. However, the commotion here had already caused the sea beasts to hide. If this dragged on for a while, higher-level beast cultivators would probably come. While Fairy Fengqing was thinking about this, Red Lotus blocked the phoenix feather and shouted, "Fellow Taoist, it's not easy for the beast race to cultivate. Do you really want to hurt both of us?" Little Feng's figure came to a halt. Fairy Fengqing took the opportunity to say, "Fellow Taoist, you must have advanced to the 8th rank not long ago, right? Although our realms are the same, our strengths are different. If I make up my mind, it won't be difficult for me to injure you." Hearing those words, Xiao Feng revealed a hesitant expression. "Although we're not from the same clan, we don't have any deep hatred. Why do we have to fight to the death?" After a while, Little Feng finally waved her hand and took back her phoenix feather. Fairy Fengqing heaved a sigh of relief, and also called back her red lotus. "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" Fairy Fengqing asked. Little Feng said, "I'm a descendant of the phoenix. You can call me Lord Phoenix." "Fellow Taoist Lord Phoenix." Fairy Fengqing felt strange. Her name was Fengqing, but this beast cultivator called her Lord Phoenix. Why did it sound like he was taking advantage of her? Little Feng cast a sidelong glance at her. "Fellow Taoist, although I'm not strong enough to fight with you, it won't be difficult for me to escape. As for you, if you're besieged by beast cultivators, not only will your plan be in vain, but you'll also lose your life if you're not careful." It put on a fake smile. "Do the benefits you just mentioned still count?" Fengqing felt helpless and said, "Of course." Chapter 593. Fairy Fengqing waved her hand and laid down a soundproof enchantment. She said solemnly, "Fellow Taoist Phoenix Lord, the information I'm telling you might be a great opportunity for you demon cultivators. You must sign a contract with me, and you cannot go back on your word." A heart demon oath was useless to Yao cultivators. Between humans and Yao, a relationship could only be established through a contract, such as a master recognition contract or a subordinate contract. Xiao Feng replied without hesitation, "Sure, but you must swear not to deceive me." Fairy Fengqing paused and quickly said, "Of course." The human and the demon cautiously swore an oath and signed a contract. Fairy Fengqing was in a passive position, so she took the initiative to make a heart demon oath. "I, Xianqing School's cultivator Miaoi, swear by my heart demon that as long as fellow Taoist Phoenix Lord abides by her promise, I'll tell her about a fated chance or treasure without any deception. If I violate this oath, my cultivation will no longer be able to advance. I will be haunted by my inner demons and I will die." Fairy Fengqing then looked at Xiaofeng. "Fellow Taoist, I've already made a heart demon oath. What about you?" The corner of Xiaofeng's mouth twitched secretly, but she did not reveal anything on her face. She said lightly, "Let's sign the contract now." As it finished speaking, its body lit up with a red light. Within the light, there seemed to be some mysterious runes appearing one by one. Finally, everything calmed down, and the runes turned into a small ball of light that floated in the air. Little Feng looked at Feng Qing and said calmly, "Fellow Taoist Miaoi, leave your divine sense imprint on it, and it will be considered a success." Fairy Feng Qing carefully extended her divine sense and touched the ball of light. After confirming that the contents were correct, she left an imprint and retracted it. The ball of light lit up, which meant that the contract had taken effect. Little Phoenix waved its sleeves, and the ball of light flew back to it. It turned into a clear light and returned to its body. "Fellow Taoist, please speak." Fairy Fengqing's eyes flickered, and she said in a low voice, "Since fellow Taoist Phoenix is a demon cultivator of East Sea, do you know anything unusual about this place?" Xiaofeng's expression did not change. She shook her head and said, "I'm not a monster cultivator from the Eastern Sea, and this is not the location of my immortal's cave, so I don't know." Fairy Fengqing didn't suspect anything. She paused for a moment and began to slowly explain the reason. It all started from a month ago. The beast cultivators invaded, and the Eastern Sea region was in a state of emergency. Bishuan Court lost a lot of disciples, but in the end, they barely managed to block the beast cultivators with the power of the Great Mountain Protecting Formation. They then went to Tiandao sect to ask for help. At that time, Tiandao sect only had 2 nascent soul cultivators. Lu Dequan was in charge of Tiandao sect's Great Mountain Protecting Formation, so Fairy Fengqing went to the Eastern Sea to guard Bishuan Court and block the breach in the sect's defense created by the beast cultivators. After Fairy Fengqing arrived at Bishuan Court, she managed to stabilize the situation very quickly. Fairy Fengqing was a nascent soul cultivator, so Bishuan Court, whose highest cultivation level was only in the core formation realm, didn't dare to slight her in the slightest. Aside from the 7th floor of the Dao Achieving Pagoda, all of Bishuan Court's important places were open to Fairy Fengqing. Tang Shen even offered her a bunch of valuable gifts to thank her for her help. In this batch of gifts, Fairy Fengqing found an item, a gray transparent stone. This stone didn't have any spiritual energy, but it had a mysterious calming power that could stabilize one's mind. There were many methods to calm one's mind in the cultivation world, such as formations, talismans, and medicinal pills. All of them had finished products that could calm one's mind. Some people even refined magic weapons, magic tools, and so on that could calm one's mind. These things naturally weren't as important as things used in fights of magical power, but they were still indispensable. Most people had 1 or 2 of them. Treasures that naturally calmed one's mind were mostly made of special materials, so they contained natural formations. These kinds of formations might have been discovered, or hadn't been discovered yet. If they hadn't been discovered yet, they were incomparably valuable. Among the various kinds of naturally calming treasures circulating in the market, most of them had already been thoroughly studied, so their value was average. This stone Bishuan Court offered was the latter type. Fairy Fengqing discovered that this object was made of a special material. Even with her knowledge as a nascent soul cultivator, she couldn't recognize it. It contained a mysterious natural formation that was complex and exquisite. It seemed to contain some kind of wonderful sacred aura. She knew she'd encountered a real treasure. If this object was returned to the sect, and the sect's formation master extracted its formation, it would be of great benefit to the sect. She never expected that this small Bishuan Court, which couldn't even be considered a medium-sized cultivation group in Kunwu, would actually have such a treasure. It seemed the Eastern Sea wasn't as barren as Kunwu cultivators thought. Fairy Fengqing asked about this object's origin, but no one in Bishuan Court knew about it. It was Ying Genie who found a record for her. This object belonged to the 10th generation head elder of Bishuan Court. After the elder passed away, he offered all his possessions to the sect, so this object became a collection in the sect's storeroom. Fairy Fengqing obtained the letter from the 10th generation head elder from Ying Genie and found some vague records in it. When the 10th generation head elder was young, in order to find a fated chance to form her gold core, he went deep into the Eastern Sea to look for beast cores that could help him form his gold core. She searched the Eastern Sea for more than half a year and encountered countless dangers. Along the way, she once found an abnormality in a sea area and picked up this gray stone. After that, she only used it to calm her mind when she cultivated and didn't pay much attention to it. However, Fairy Fengqing found something that moved her in the few sentences about the abnormalities recorded in the book. On the surface of the sea on the side of the island, there was a faint glow. I followed the light and went to the bottom of the sea. I saw a gray stone hidden in a rock with a faint glow. The head elder put the object away and examined it carefully. She found something strange about the surroundings. There seemed to be faint spiritual aura fluctuations. After searching for a long time, she found several damaged magic weapons. Fairy Fengqing said, "This person's cultivation level is low and her knowledge is shallow." As soon as I saw those damaged magic weapons, I knew they were left by a deification cultivator. But she thought they were left by a predecessor of the sect. Xiaofeng looked indifferent. What does that have to do with me? What use are human cultivators' belongings to us beast cultivators? Fairy Fengqing stretched out her hand, holding a gray, slightly transparent stone between her fingers. If I say this object is Qilin bone, will you believe me? Xiaofeng was shocked. What did you say? Fairy Fengqing played with the stone in her hand and cast a sidelong glance at Xiaofeng. In Kunwu, there's a spiritual beast sect that specializes in beast taming techniques. The mount of their founder is said to be a Qilin. Xiaofeng said without hesitation, "That's impossible. Divine beasts have long disappeared. At most, it's a spiritual beast with Qilin blood just like me." Probably, Fairy Fengqing didn't want to argue with her and continued to say, "After tens of thousands of years, even if beast cultivators have a long lifespan, that Qilin should have passed away. After it passed away, spiritual beast sect refined its bones into a magic weapon called the Qilin Cauldron. I was fortunate enough to see it. Previously, I always felt its aura was familiar, but later, I remembered it was very similar to the Qilin Cauldron's aura, and it was a bit purer." Xiaofeng's eyes flashed. "Could it be that you're willing to give this Qilin bone as a gift?" Fairy Fengqing shook her head. "Of course not. I told you it's a piece of news," she continued to say. "During those days, I looked through Bishuan Court's ancient records and inquired about some legends about the Eastern Sea. Basically, I'm sure a Qilin once appeared in the sea." Xiaofeng frowned. "Are you sure it was a real Qilin, and not just a spiritual beast with the shape of a Qilin, but a thin bloodline?" Fairy Fengqing said, "It's just my speculation." Xiaofeng was silent, but her thoughts were flying. Did a Qilin really appear here? Did this Qilin leave behind a bloodline? If divine beasts still existed in this world, after a long time she said, "Fellow Taoist, although this piece of news is shocking, it doesn't have much value. The Eastern Sea is so big. Where can we find it?" Fairy Fengqing said, "How could it not have any value? You're a beast cultivator, so you can inquire about this from the sea beasts here. Moreover, why did this Qilin bone appear here? And why is there a beast cultivator's magic weapon nearby? It's most likely a cultivator fought with a Qilin here, and that Qilin was injured." Xiaofeng couldn't help but feel tempted. If a deification cultivator fought with a Qilin here, that Qilin most likely died here. "Fellow Taoist Phoenix Master, is this piece of news valuable?" Fairy Fengqing saw that she was moved, so she smiled and asked. Xiaofeng collected her thoughts and said seriously, "If that's the case, then it's still valuable." But it raised its eyebrows and said, "What value does it have to you? If you want a Qilin, then we're opponents." Fairy Fengqing said indifferently, "I'm naturally more interested in deification cultivators. A Qilin might have died here, and so might a deification cultivator. If we can obtain a deification cultivator's relic, it'll be a great opportunity for us nascent soul cultivators. If that's the case, why didn't you go look for it, but stayed here instead?" Fairy Fengqing explained. That cultivator's notes said that we can only reach the place she mentioned at a special time. "All right." Xiaofeng pondered for a moment. "I'll believe you for now." Fairy Fengqing smiled. Since Xiaofeng was willing to believe her, She wasn't afraid that it would leak the news. That was a Qilin, who would want to share the opportunity with other beast cultivators. Moreover, they had made a contract between them. The human and the beast smiled, and said their goodbyes with different thoughts. An hour later, Xiaofeng came back after circling around the place. Master, madam, Xiaofeng reported respectfully. Fortunately, Xiaofeng didn't fail you. It told Qin about the information it had obtained. In the end, it asked Qin, Master, please erase that contract. Spiritual beasts had a master, which was different from masterless demonic beasts. With a subordinate contract, other contracts were much less effective. Qin was its master, so he could erase any contract that conflicted with it. After erasing the contract, Qin said, Xiaofeng's contract can be erased. Fairy Fengqing also made an oath in Senior Martial Sister Miaoi's name, so any contract or heart demon oath they made would be in vain. Emotianga smiled and said, Xiaofeng didn't tell the truth. How much of Fengqing's words are true? Qin said. The hardest thing to distinguish between lies and lies is that they're half true. In my opinion, the background of what Fengqing said is mostly true, but the details are false. Emotianga was confused. You mean there might be a Qilin, but it's not like what Fengqing said? Probably. Once Fairy Fengqing returned to the house, Qin said, At least we know why she stayed here. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.